And how is everybody doing today? Have we all hydrated? Haven't had breakfast? Now, I went ahead. By the way, is the audio's okay? You can hear me without hearing the game too much. Ouch. Sure. In honor of this game, since it is leaving Game Pass after the 15th, I went ahead and made myself a nice cup of coffee. But don't worry, I've had breakfast and I do have my water here with me as well. Yes, okay, good. I'm glad the audio is fine. Seems like I'm learning. But how are you today, Ferret? You doing okay? Kinda. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Use your words, Faru. You're sad. Why are you sad? What made you so sad, Ferret? Loneliness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you don't have to be lonely right now. I'm here. And in spirit, so is Loki. He's laying right next to me, which is very odd for him. I think he's finally getting used to me. Oh, baby boy. For now. Well, I don't know how long this stream is actually going to go for. I mean, since this game is leaving soon, I might stream for a while this time around. I'll give it another couple minutes to see if anybody else comes in. And then we can start. Yeah, Loki's here. This is so cute. I'm so so good, sir. So yes, I'm drinking coffee right now. And my coffee of choice today is salted caramel mocha. Alright. Study well. Have put down their axes and started using computers to improve their lives. And when humans live among them, as driven as ever, it is a city that holds the many dreams and stories of its people. Most of these stories are left untold. Some few find solace in the embrace of bricks and wood and glass. They are told over drinks, then take up residence in some stranger's memories. In one corner of the city stands a coffee shop. A place that is only open when the sun is sleeping. A place where people share their stories. And these are their stories. I just say that the people that worked on this game Oh my gosh, I'm so thankful to them. It's such a great story, and it's just so pretty. Tuesday, September 22nd. Well, oh, it's you. Hey, Chicken, how's the night so far? It's calm, as usual. We've got a slight problem, though. Huh? What happened? My supplier made some logistical errors. I don't have half of my ingredients today. Man, that's a bummer. Don't worry. I can still serve the caffeine you desperately need. That's good to hear. Anyway, let me set things up first. You're our first customer, after all. Don't worry, take your time. I'm a writer, not an editor. So, I'm used to taking things slow. Writer's block again. You got that right. What are you writing now? Do you remember my plan to... Pardon the interruption. The machine is ready. Do you want your triple shot espresso now? Yes, please. And if you forget how to make it, just check your phone, okay? Anyway, I really need that triple shot espresso. Like you needed coffee, coffee, coffee. Smash. Espresso. Serve it. 1 cup of triple shot espresso, special for my only customer tonight. That aroma. Ah, exactly what I need. Anyway, where were we? Your plan to do something. Yes, that. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Exactly. It's not that I hate writing stories for the newspaper, you know, but it seems like the right time for something bigger. So, a novel? Yes. It sounded so simple when I was making the plan. At least you still have your job, in case things go awry. Did I say something wrong? No, you were right. You said something I should have thought about myself. What are you talking about? You know who owns the Evening Whispers? GRA Media, right? Yes. And they are also the biggest book publisher in the country. So when an opportunity presented itself, I took it. What do you mean by opportunity? Well, I bumped into one of the big guys in the elevator, so naturally I pitched my book idea. How you doing today? You doing okay? Have you hydrated today? Also, I have coffee. In spirit of this one. In spirit of this game, I have a salted caramel mocha coffee. Coffee doesn't exactly count as being hydrated. I hope you do drink water. But hey, coffee is acceptable right now. Come on, don't look at me like that. Are you for real? Yeah, I know. It was such a stupid thing to do. So, how did they react? Thankfully, he'd seen my short stories, so he challenged me. If I can get a draft ready in a month, he'll pull some strings. And get the fiction publishing division to sign me up for a publishing deal. That sounds great. What about your job at the Evening Whispers? Do you have time to do both? That's the hard part. I've been secretly working on the novel during office hours, and I'm falling behind on the newspaper's deadlines. If the chief finds out, she'll probably kick me out. Ouch. That is a good start. Well, at least you got a month to finish the initial draft. That was last week. Again, don't look at me like that. How far along are you? I assume the number of words you have written is not too far from 0. Hey, that's rude. I've written some stuff. You know. May I see it? Well, it was so bad that, well, after reading it, I decided to delete everything immediately. So, 0? Yes. You really need to finish it in, at most, 2 weeks. Then I'll use the extra week to polish and do some editing. Sounds like a plan. If you can pull it off. I know, you don't need to be so cynical about it. That's why I'm here today. I'm hoping to find some inspiration. I wrote some of my best short stories here, you know. Really? Glad this place could be of service. Oh, it looks like somebody's coming. Welcome. Hi there. Hello. Good evening. For here, miss? Yes, please. I'm not really sure what to order, though. What do you recommend? That depends highly on your mood. I'm just here to meet my boyfriend. Not planning to be awake all night. So, definitely no coffee. How about something chocolatey? It's perfect for this weather. That's a good idea, actually. Thank you. You're welcome. Anything with chocolate in, please. There's a couple of things. Hi. Hi, Taylor. Welcome in, darling. Glad to see you. How are you doing today? It's a good idea to just look at my stuff. There we go. Sorry, I was sick of the notifications in the corner. You're not in the best emotions? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm doing alright. I've got a salted caramel mocha coffee in spirit of this right now. have some coffee right now. Oh, I wish I had eggnog. 1 cup of chocolatey goodness. Thank you. So warm. So, you're waiting for your boyfriend? Yes, he should be here soon. Look at you now. You went from empty to 3 customers in 1 night. I thought this place would be more crowded, considering it's the only coffee shop still open after midnight around here. Because it's the only coffee shop that's still open past midnight, it's mostly empty. Now that you mention it, is it good for business having the coffee shop only open at night? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Taylor. Don't worry, I'm never gonna be one of those people. Definitely not. Yeah, what you said. Then why? I just love doing it. And there's always someone longing for a warm drink at this hour. That's fascinating. Pardon me for asking, but how can you survive running the coffee shop like this? That's a secret. Secret in here is damn rich. That's the secret. Oh, really? She's exaggerating. Don't worry about it. Chicken can manage. I'm sure this place isn't going bankrupt anytime soon. So you'll still have a weird, quiet place to meet up at night. That's good to hear. By the way, are you a regular here? I don't really have anywhere else to go. I'm a writer who works best at night and in a coffee shop. Not so many options for that. No wonder. She's a pretty good writer, you know. You can find some of her stories in the evening whispers. Shut up! Oh, well, Taylor, trust me, I'm always gonna be here. And with Lynn being my twin and everything. I'm voicing their dialogue. It's completely, like, text-based. There are no voices. It's okay, Taylor. I'll still be here for you. Oh, that's pretty interesting. What kind of things do you cover? I cover the stories of people around town. Personal, interesting, weird stories. I also contribute to their short stories. I love their fiction. You wrote those stories? Thank you. I wrote most of them, but not all. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's so cool. Then, are you here to write a new piece? I should be, but I don't even know what to write about. Yeah, because that doesn't sound like owning. You did miss Therapy Thursday, I know. The VOD is up on YouTube, but it's not all that interesting. It's okay. Trust me, there will be others. to drink some of my coffee. Welcome. Hey. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay. I had a nice chat with the fine folks here. Hi there. Hello. Hi, would you like to order something? Surprise me. What kind of order is that? Maybe. I'm not sure. Like, I plan on doing this particular one for a while just because Coffee Talk is leaving Game Pass after the 15th. So I want to get through it as much as I can for you guys. And also because after the 15th, I won't be able to play it. But I can definitely try. No, I finished my coffee. I can't give you a definitive answer just yet. Yeah, that's true. I know you can wait until the nighttime. Well, I don't really know what to order. Do you have any preferences, sir? Something bitter to keep me awake with milk? Oh, and draw some latte art on the top. And if you're awake, yeah. So, let's see here. There's a couple of different options. I'm probably gonna do, like, cappuccino. Yeah. You'll be back. Gotta finish your guitar practice? Okay. Alright, well then I'll see you later, sweetheart. Good luck, okay? Love listening to those little, like, sounds. Oh, nice. Wait, why? I suck at, like, latte art. Not penis. I don't want to draw a penis. I know this is more of a mature game that isn't recommended for everybody, but am I literally going to be drawing a penis? I don't think I am. I wouldn't draw a penis on a cup of coffee. Oh my gosh. Oh, no, not... No. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I didn't draw a single thing. And I pressed the wrong button. I'm gonna cry. I know I say I'm gonna cry a lot, but I'm literally gonna cry because this is literally Like, I'm called the coffee goddess, so of course I'm gonna like a game called Coffee Talk, and I want to be perfect at it. And I just pressed the wrong button. Here's your order. Is this what you call latte art? That's cute. Perfect. Shut the fuck. Yeah, I know. It's just... I was going to show off my lack of latte art skills, not just completely serve a normal cappuccino, which, by the way, that didn't even look like a normal cappuccino, but that's another thing. Anyway, I was distracted by some work. Plus, there is the brain. It's okay, Baileys. I was having a nice chat with them. Oh, yeah? I haven't properly introduced myself. I'm Baileys. Oh, my. Where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself either. My name's Lua. Hi, I'm Freya. Nice to meet both of you. I'm Sigurd. I'm so angry at myself. I just pressed the wrong button. Hey, did you know that Freya here is a writer for the Evening Whispers? Oh, really? I've done some work for them a few times. Oh? What kind of work? I'm a freelance designer and illustrator. I've done some caricatures and infographics for the paper. I assume you were in contact with Steve? Oh, he's a nice guy to work with. Oh, really? No, he isn't. But I've dealt with worse clients. Way worse. Yeah, I'm glad he's in the design and visuals department. I wouldn't be able to stand working with him directly. Come on. He's tough to deal with, but definitely not the worst. Oh, of course. No matter how deep you go, there's always another layer of hell. How do you usually deal with bad customers here? The only bad customers this late at night are lost drunks or criminals. That sounds really bad. Nah, you're easy to handle. That's because you're good with your fists. Not as good as your coffee making skill, though. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. You're welcome. Anyway, I really need to start writing. Whatever it is that I'm going to write. So, I'll leave you two in the hands of our friendly neighborhood barista. Where are you going to write? Oh, not far. Just over at that table in the corner. Next to the windows. That's my spot. Oh, okay. Have fun. Yeah, I'll try. Good luck. Thanks. Should we move to other seats too? Here's that. Okay then. So, how was your day? It was fine. Work was nothing special. I finished my proposal early so I could get out of the office. Plus, my boss was in a really good mood all day. I thought your boss was always a happy-go-lucky person. Well, he is. But today he was happier than usual. I'm not sure what happened, but it was great seeing him smile so much. What about you? Any problems with your latest client? Yeah, this one's a pain in the ass. You know those memes that depict terrible clients? Well, she fits all the bills. I could go on forever complaining about her, but that won't help me a bit. You should make a meme about her. And lose my current project for a minute of laughter? That might be worth it. You should ask Stick and Here about how to deal with annoying clients. Oh yeah? How do you usually deal with annoying customers? The ones who don't need your fists to take care of. I do have my own methods, but it wouldn't be wise to talk about customers to other customers. Now that's one good lesson to learn for the day. Your parents? Yes. So you've talked to them? I did. It didn't end well? No. What did they say? A lot. They won't give us a chance at all? Anyone but an elf. That's what they said. How about you? More or less the same. I got into a fight with my old man. That's why I'm staying at Farron's place now. They kicked you out? You don't have to do this, you know. They're your family. I can't stand even one more second being a part of them. I might not have a stable income, but I can manage. But still, you don't know what they said about you last night. I'm sorry. What did they say about me? Or about my race, I assume? Forget it. I want to know. Just the same old shit. Mumbling about how elves are holy creatures, about our immortality, about how even if I outlive you. What? Nothing. About how if you outlive me, no other elves would want to be with an elf that's already been tainted by a lowly succubus. That's exactly what they said. So, this is it then. The end of our relationship? It doesn't have to be. No, our families will never agree. We can just continue like this. What do you mean? They don't need to know that we're still dating. We can just continue the way we've always been. Without them knowing. And then what? Do you want to be hiding our relationship for the rest of eternity? We're not like humans, you know. We can't just elope. And you won't get permission because you're too old. But I don't care about their permission. I'll be glad to sever my family ties if I have to. I can't let you do that. You'll lose your immortality. If I get to spend my life with you, I don't mind. I don't mind a bit. You're making this hard for both of us. Do you feel happy when you're with me? Of course I do. And you don't need any more reasons. You know we're perfect for each other. You don't even need to look deep down. Trust me. We can do this together. I can't think about this clearly right now. We'll talk later. No, wait! I'm I'm sorry you had to listen to our problems. That's alright. This coffee shop has seen all kinds of stories. I do hope yours will have a happy ending. I hope so too. Do you have any alcohol? Sadly, no. That's a bummer. Well, do you have anything that's warm and can calm me down? Do you like green tea lattes? Green tea latte? I'll take one. Oh my goodness. That always sucks so much. I remember exactly. Okay. I did. Never mind. But yeah, Lua is a succubus. He's an elf. Okay, let's try this again. I don't know. I don't know what to do. She's dark elf or something. Yeah, she definitely does look like a dark elf, for sure. No, I'm not doing that. Here's your green tea latte. This is good. Thank you for this. By the way, are you married? Me? No. Do you have someone you love? I love this coffee shop. But I'm sure that's not the answer you're looking for. I didn't really have any expectations. Man, out of all people in the whole world, why did I fall for her? You can't choose who you fall in love with. You can, if you try hard enough. At least that's what my old man said. He really is one pretentious elf. But I guess all of them are. Entitled, pretentious, immortal douchebags. At least you have an eternity to learn and change. Or an eternity to be an eternal asshole. Anyway, I need to go now. And probably drink myself under until the sun rises. There's still a while until sunrise. More time for me to drink then. See you around. See you around too, Miss Freya. Thank you. Do visit again. Her face. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I don't mean to laugh, but like her face is just perfect. But no, I am not going to be drawing penises. How dare. You were listening from the corner. Yes, we're souls. I hope they find a way to be together. Me too. Anyway, I need to leave. I have to get up earlier than usual tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to close the shop up after this. That's pretty early. I know. After the rest of the deliveries come in tomorrow, I'll open as usual. Okay. You have a good night, then. Me too. I love the art. It's so pretty. Art is responsible art use. Wow. Since that was basically the first-ish chapter, I'm going to give myself a little tiny break here. So I will be right back. Feel free to grab some snacks, some water, and remember to stretch, obviously. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be right back. Can anybody confirm that they can hear me again? Hello. Make sure everything's in place. Boy. Good boy, Loki. You can hear me alright? And you can hear the game okay? I'm just gonna make sure. No, that's a kit. It's a kitten. It's Loki, the 7-month-old chaos gremlin. Except it seems like he's getting used to me. Audio's clear? Awesome. September 23rd. Start the day. 1 second, Freya. Graduate will draw and design for food and shelter. Designer #1 pumpkin spice fan. I don't know, I like Bailey. It's fun. Do you guys want me to read the stories? I will read the stories. Willing to approach my two. It's sweet. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Loki's been approaching me more often. He's been laying and sleeping on me. He still bites me. He still bites me though. So we've got Spotify, Facebook, and this. It's a lot of recipes to uncover. You're good, read these? What? Are you trying to say I'm good at reading these? At reading these, okay, yeah. Alright. And if you can see, that is the same Freya that this story is by. And if a double-decker bus crashes into us, to die by your side is such a heavenly way to die. And if a 10-ton truck kills the both of us, to die by your side, well, the pleasure, the privilege is mine. Morrissey's voice blasted from the old speaker of the car. Everyone in the car was singing along. And by everyone, I was talking about me and her. There were only two of us, and an almost empty highway. Do you consider dying by my side to be a heavenly way to die? She asked, after the song finished, breaking the noisy silence of the car. That depends, I answered. Depends on what? On how we die. I'm sure having a masked psychopath slowly mutilating us while we're holding hands won't be a pleasant experience. Then what kind of demise would you consider a heavenly way to die next to me? That's hard. I'm pretty sure I'd prefer something that's not too painful, though. So, us dying of old age together would be your heavenly way for us to die? Hey, hold on. We just started officially dating yesterday. Don't plan too far. Ouch! What was that for? Meanie! I was just joking. Besides, I'd rather think about a heavenly way to live with you right now. And have you found any answers to that? Look at me and then close your eyes. Just do it. She closed her eyes. I leaned over, getting close to her face. Then, for a moment that felt like 100 years, we kissed. The speedometer was pointing to 100 kilometers an hour, and the highway was almost empty. Almost. Oh my gosh, look, he's being way too cute right now. Good evening. Good gracious. What is wrong with you? Can't you just enter like a normal customer? I'm sorry, but I'm so excited to share this with you. What are you talking about? I know what to write for my novel. Is it one of your impulsive, temporary ideas again? Hey, don't be rude. I'm being serious here. Okay. Just tell me. What are you going to write about? This coffee shop. What? I'm going to write stories about this coffee shop and the people who come here. Are you for real? Yes! What if I say you can't do that? I'm not asking permission. That's like a breach of the customer's personal lives, you know? Relax, I know that. I just need some inspiration from this place. The stories themselves will be loosely based on what I hear and see here. How loosely based? Life Walker novel versus movie level loosely based. The old one? Of course I'm talking about the old one. Yeah, that story was definitely a bit morbid, but I loved it. Like, it's kind of poetic, you know? Quick coffee break. That's already very different, you know. You can't get more different than that. I mean, it's not like I can tell you not to write about a coffee shop, right? No, you can't. Although you can just ban me from coming. Okay. You're banned. What? Just kidding. I wouldn't do that to my loyal customer. Very funny. Thanks for not banning me, though. Anyway, I'm really excited to see who's gonna come tonight. I wonder what kind of stories they'll have. Good evening, y'all. Good evening, Officer Georgie. Hey, Pop. Seems like you're in high spirits this evening, Miss Freya. And please, Siggy, no need to be that formal with me. We're both on duty here. Hence the formalities. You're as stiff as ever. Anyway, I have a shift tonight, so I'll need the usual. You have all the ingredients today? Not everything, but more than yesterday. Except for tea. I'm out of tea. You still remember my favorite, right? Coffee with a hint of sweetness. You got that right. Make sure not to use milk. Yeah, thanks to your Dutchill profile, everyone knows you're lactose intolerant, Georgie. Anyway, cup of sweet, healthy coffee, please. So freaking cute. Coffee. I do coffee and honey. A hint of sweetness is what he said. I'm gonna do that. Honey coffee. Ta-da! Coffee with honey for the man on duty. Not everyone can manage this combination as well as you. Thank you. By the way, I haven't ordered anything myself. Provide me with service like you gave the old pop here, please. What are you having? You still need to ask, huh? You never know. Espresso, of course. The one and only espresso. A starless night for the green-haired fairy. I'm not even sure whether that's a compliment or not. Some short story reading. Instead of using the real name in Maruki Harukami. Born and raised in Seattle, a lactose intolerant cop. That's literally all that says. This is perfect. So, how's everything going at the paper, Miss Freya? As usual. Awful. She's making a risky deal with her boss. Yeah, pretty much. What kind of deal? A possibly life-altering deal. A very dangerous one, at that. Okay. A deal she regretted. Not that much. Oh, seriously. Oh. My controller is disconnected. It just is not popping up on screen this time. At least it's not getting in the way. Definitely gives you time to like look at the background. Like this would literally be my coffee shop if I had one. Somewhere rainy, brick, open at night. I would love a place like this. Oh, it connected. Good. Oh, seriously. Care to share the details properly? You tell him. She's secretly using her working hours to do something else. Something like writing her own novel. You got balls, I can tell you that. She does. Gee, thank you. How's the leap of faith going so far? It's not slowing down, that's for sure. And I haven't seen any safe haystacks to fall into. Good luck with that. Don't worry, she's not losing her job. At least, not yet. I feel like I accidentally changed Georgie's voice. Oops. Her life will be pretty hard if she messes this up. This thing up, though. If I could read, that'd be helpful. Thank you for the reminder. So yeah, as Sigyn said, my editor-in-chief doesn't know about it yet. But my novel is going to be published by our parent company anyway. So technically I'm still doing work for the company. She'll be really pissed if she finds out though. Wait, is stealing time a crime? Technically I might have to arrest you. Hey, you do it all the time too. Most are just coffee breaks. Sometimes they might take longer than they're meant to, but still, coffee breaks. You're making me feel worse by saying that. Apparently you can't write today. Yeah. You should feel bad. Stop adding salt to the wound, okay? It's just a fact. I'm not sure whether this will make you feel better or not. If your writing career goes up in flames, police force is always looking for people with balls as big as yours. Just don't mention that you like to do other things during working hours. I want to say thanks, but I feel like I should be offended. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Miss Freya. Do you have any idea what you're going to write? I have, actually. Oh, good. What it will be about? A coffee shop and the stories people tell inside. You're letting her do that? There is no stopping her. What's wrong? Please don't write about any shady-looking police officers who love to take breaks more than they should inside the coffee shop near the post. I will definitely write about that police officer. He'll make a good comedic character. Was that a compliment or are you making fun of me, eh? I would call that a compliment. Is it? I don't think so. Hey, what do you have against me tonight? Sigyn's probably worried about losing customers due to the breach of privacy. Come on, it's not like I'll be using real names. And I'll dramatize most things I've heard, of course. That's even worse. Here's the thing. The stories I've heard, they'll only be the inspiration for what I write. By the way, as someone stationed there, I assume you've heard a lot of stories from the people around here, right? No. Come on. Nope. No. You helped me once with one of the stories I wrote for the paper. The one about the secretly rich baker hanging around the block. I'm sure you could give me other interesting tips. I helped you more than once, actually. Really? Now it's my turn to say come on. Which stories are you talking about? You asked for information about the busker. The one who's always playing his guitar, always got a rose with him. Oh yeah, that guy. Yes, poor guy. Hearing about your girlfriend passing during an investigation is... I don't know. It's hard. You took it quite well, to be honest. It was hard, but at least you gave him closure. He never complained that you used his story for the paper. I got his blessing before giving it to the editors. Well, at least he's become more popular since the article was published. More income for someone in his line of work. Yeah, the roast has become some kind of prop for him now. Anyway, back to the topic. Any hot tips? Okay. Have you heard about this one girl? Ooh, tell me. Lately, this girl's been coming to a coffee shop in the area more than before. She's pretty weird. I don't know what her deal is. But she has black green hair. Oh, come on! I was so excited to hear about something real. You think you're not real? I almost didn't get through that one line. Oh my gosh. Wow, that went deep fast. Faster than my career going downhill. Hey, what's with the sudden mood? Yeah, cheer up, girl. Ugh. Sorry, having mood swings because of the pressure. You do just fine. I mean, great with your short stories. By the way, why this coffee shop? Because I spend a lot of my time here, I guess. And then there's this couple that visited the shop yesterday. What about them? They're going through a pretty hard time together. You know, different races, different cultures, families don't approve. When I heard their story, I kind of felt their pain. What's happening to them happens to a lot of people. It's been told in fictional form countless times before. But it's always an interesting topic to discuss. Are they regulars here? No. The girl visited this place before, if I'm not mistaken. She was with her coworkers or clients, helping her friends sober up, I guess. You gave people coffee to sober up? Of course not. Some folks request coffee, but I recommend against it. I usually end up giving them tea, hot chocolate, or just plain water. That's nice of you. I hope they don't get pissed about the wrong order. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Good for you. Anyway, look at the time. It's time for my shift. Oh yeah. Go on and do your job, old man. Don't forget to share anything interesting you hear with me. It's not make this a habit. Can't promise you that. Okay then. See you later, everyone. Take care, Officer Georgie. Later. Why are you so cute? Sorry, Loki's like really distracting me. Hey, sweet boy. Hey, sweet boy. You cleaning your big paws while you're leaning up against me? Little critter. You're so cute. I think I need to go back to my writing. No offense, but I need to concentrate like crazy. So I'll move to my usual corner. Good luck with the writing. And don't forget to keep yourself hydrated. Literally me. Literally me. Here, take this glass of water. Ooh, you're just the best, Sigan. You're welcome. Okay, off to the world of imagination I go. Go on. That's due for the experiment. Ah, someone's coming. Oh, Welcome, Mr. Gala. Hey, Sigan. Can we sit here? Sure thing, sir. Is this the place you recommended? You don't like it? It's fine. I know it's not like the coffee shops you're used to in LA, but Gala, it's fine. Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to order anything? Yes. What do you want to drink? You first. Okay. Anything with coffee and ginger, please. Your order is ready, sir. Thank you. How about you, sir? What would you like to order? Is it good? I like it. Not sure if it'll be to your liking or not. Okay. I'll have whatever he's having. Here's your order. Good choice. Anyway, how's the town treating you so far? Same old. I was surprised seeing so many changes after just a few years, though. Yeah, things changed a lot in just 20 years. Even this coffee shop. I believe this was a bar back then. When did you open this coffee shop? We opened around 6 years ago, Mr. Hyde. My name is Hyde. From what I gathered, you're from LA, right? I am. I used to live here decades ago, though. What brings you back to Seattle? I'm here for work. I'll probably be here for a few weeks. He travels a lot. I see. You two have known each other a long time, I assume. Hey, I'm doing good, Darren. How are you today? Take a moment to have a sip of coffee. And I know the voices that I'm doing aren't super consistent. I'm sorry about that. I am trying though. Like, the voice that I'm doing for Hyde kind of blends into the voice I'm doing for my character. I'm gonna get confused. I'm gonna get a little confused, but I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. You could say that. Yeah, I think we met not so long after you got married, right? It was around the 60s, I believe? Oh, that was a long time ago. Not for our kind. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, the peace treaty between werewolves and vampires was signed in 1865. So, when you guys said you met in the 60s, were you talking about the 1860s? No, we met in the 1960s. We're old by some racist standards, but not that old. Although it's still fair to say we haven't seen each other in a long time. I guess 20 years is a long time. This was the place, wasn't it? Where we first met. Yeah, when it was a bar. They moved? Bankrupt. Such a pity. Mm-hmm.
Hey, lady.
You're happy the bar closed down? Let's hit the smile if you don't mind. Nothing. I was just wondering. Will history repeat itself? I certainly hope not. Been coming to your place since the first week you opened. You've got something special here. It won't close down anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Gawa. Speaking of, it's been quite a while since your last visit. Busy at work? Kinda. With the news about that newfound virus going viral, our hospital's been extremely crowded. Is the virus that dangerous? No one's sure about that. But most people who come in are just... I don't want to use this word, but they're just paranoid. You're still doing the same job at the same hospital? What's it called? Admission officer. And yes, I'm still a hospital admission officer there. They should have given you a promotion for your loyalty and long service. They offered me a managerial position, but I declined. I prefer doing this. To each their own. Anyway, I was wondering, do they still sell legal blood at your hospital? They do. Although people don't need to visit the hospital directly anymore. They can just order through that blood marketplace app. Are you talking about Bloodlust? Mm-hmm. Bloodlust get their supply from the hospital? They can't certify blood on their own. Only hospitals in the Ministry of Health can do that. They're just middlemen with a lot of sales promos. You use it often? Not really. I'm trying a new vegan lifestyle, remember? But I do know the founder of that startup. Oh yeah. How's your vegan diet going? It's not easy. But nothing I can't do. Excuse me for asking. By going vegan, do you mean you don't drink blood anymore? Not real blood. Synthetic blood. Synthetic blood? It'd be too complicated to explain. But basically some scientists are working to make some kind of blood that can satisfy my kind. Without relying on real blood. Considering real blood has some cultural and health concerns. Does it taste the same? More or less, yeah. Isn't it expensive? It is. I can afford it though. But again, they're still working on it. Trying to make it more affordable for everyone. Would synthetic blood taste good if mixed with other ingredients? Why? You want to start selling blood-based drinks? By might attract new customers and turn off others. Fair point. Honestly, I don't know if mixing it would taste good. Most vampires prefer drinking raw blood, although some do try experimenting with other things. Other things? Mostly booze. But I know some mix it with not so legal substances. You know a lot. I work in a hospital, remember? Hey, talking about my vegan lifestyle reminded me to ask you something. About what? Your monthly fury. Found a less painful method to restrain yourself. Not yet. But I do know that it's a drink. What kind of drink? A certain combination of ginger and caffeine. Is that why you ordered coffee with ginger? Yes, I am exploring the possibilities. But this drink wasn't the one. I guess there's too much caffeine in coffee for it to be the remedy. Why don't you use the Fury sedative available on the market? I don't trust them. Besides, a sedative is too general. Each of us has our own remedy that we need to find, and sometimes the effectiveness can change as we grow older. How effective will this drink be? Enough to calm me down. And that's all I need, to be honest. At least your calming method is only a drink. I heard some werewolves need to do kinky stuff to soothe themselves during their fury. What kind of kinky? Like BDSM. That only happens in porn. Wait, what? It's famous among our kind. You don't have to feel ashamed if you like watching that kind of thing, you know. Hey, a friend told me about it. Oh, he was pulling your leg. Damn. I mean, having sex as a calming method is pretty common, but normally we stick it to vanilla stuff. Come to think of it, it would be pretty brutal doing bondage stuff during the fury. Exactly. So, continuing with your story, how far along are you in finding the ingredients for the remedy? So far, all I know is it involves ginger, and probably something lightly caffeinated, like tea, maybe. You better write that down. You won't want him wreaking havoc in the coffee shop. We don't have any tea today, but the next time you're visiting, maybe I can try brewing the remedy for you. That would mean a lot. Excuse me for a moment. I'm sorry, I have to go now. There's an emergency at the hospital. I think I'll go back now as well. We can share a cat. Alright. Thank you for the drink. I'll probably visit this coffee shop again before I go back. So, I'll see you around. Thank you for coming. Take care on your way home. It's not exactly rated E. It is more for mature audiences. I don't know why it's rated the way it is, if it is rated E. But there are, you know, references of alcohol, there's smoking, obviously, references of sex. Okay, that was a long conversation. Give me a second. Coffee. Delicious. I had some Java Monster in the fridge. Yay! Hey! Are you done with your writing for tonight? Kinda. Those two guys kinda reminds me of this video I saw online. I would prefer if you didn't start fantasizing. It's a video of a wolf pup playing with a baby tiger. It's nice to see friendships that grow in unlikely circumstances. Oh. That video. What? What video do you think I was talking about? You know. Never mind. I was just joking. Please don't do jokes. You're really bad at it. Anyway, it was pretty interesting and it was a pretty interesting and productive night. I can't read anymore, apparently. But now I need to get some sleep. Yes, please don't forget to get some rest. I'll see you again tomorrow, I assume. Oh, don't you worry. I will be here tomorrow. Night-night. Be careful on your way back. Oh, that looks so good. Gingerbread coffee sweetened with brown sugar to satisfy the Cookie Monster. With, I believe, cinnamon sticks and that looks like an anise pod. I mean, it did automatically, Twitch automatically tagged this game as mature. Like a mature rated game. I hope I get enough money to purchase it after it leaves Game Pass, because I want to keep playing this. I might just do another 1 or 2 streams on it next week before it leaves. So for people with Game Pass, you can buy it for like 20% off. For like a little bit. I think until the 15th, it's like 20% off. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it. I think I have it on my Switch, but I can't stream from my Switch, is the thing. Yeah, it definitely isn't a bad deal, for sure. Like, I have bought this game before, but that was for my Switch. And without a capture card, I can't stream games from my Switch. Unfortunately. So, Xbox it is. So, that's why I'm sad about it leaving, is because I won't be able to play it for you guys anymore. I can play it on my own time, but you guys won't be able to see it, and that's kind of sad. I gotta get some water. The Nile River. Yeah, it's not. Oh, trust me, you don't have to. Okay, have to make sure everything was set up. There we go. I love this game so much. And it's Thursday. Sought workplace racial following the Arkish Workers Union demands. Despite losing a member, Super Smile's latest album sold a million copies, and vlogging is now a part of curriculum at some private high schools. Oh, how I wish. How I wish. Nope, not yet. Not yet, gorgeous. Death drives, but sometimes he commutes. When that happens, you know for sure, because his presence is clear all over the news, but still, mostly death drives. I realized this fact after returning from a long trip to Tokyo I took recently. As usual, I drive to work every day, thanks to the unreliable public transportation here. And I noticed that every day my life is always on the line. No, not on the line as in we will eventually die and we don't know when. On the line as in we are all at war with everyone else. We're in a war between pedestrians, cyclists, motorcycles, cars, and everything else on the road. And during all of that, death is either driving or sitting in the car seat next to us. Ever since realizing this, I started to drive more carefully. I drive as if my parents are sitting next to me and telling me to drive slower, because I know death does not like reckless driving, and he's not as forgiving as my parents. Short story, but hey, hi, welcome in. Fantasy racism, the best kind. Exactly. How you doing, MJ? How's work? Tell me you're hydrating, please. I should be. I'm streaming right now. I was not going to be able to get a nap in less than 30 minutes. But work is boring and you are hydrating? That's good. As long as you're doing that. Apologies. I promise I will probably nap later. I'm having coffee, I'm drinking water, I had breakfast, I'm awake right now. At this point, you're overhydrating. There is such a thing as overhydrating, so just moderate, okay? Moderation is all you need. I don't know if you guys can hear Loki meowing in the background. Well, I'm glad you had time to stop by at least. I'm playing Coffee Talk for as long as it's available. Welcome. Yo. Cup of honey milk, please. Right away. milk honey or milk honey honey? We'll see. Your honey milk is ready. Thank you. You're welcome. She's fucking hot. I'm sorry, but she's hot. Are you sicking? Seems like there's a cat. Oh my god, she got it with me! Relax, it's okay. Hey, kitty cat. What are you looking for? Want some milk?
Hi, Freestyle. Yes, I'd love some milk. Holy... You look like you've just seen a ghost.
No, I mean... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. It's been a while since the last time I saw Nico Mimi transforming.
You rarely do that in public. I guess you don't have that many Nicole Mimi friends.
I won't say I have. You folks usually use your feline form to commute. If I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Well, commuting as a cat sounds more practical than commuting as a than commuting in a bipedal form.
Kind of. Anyway, before we continue, can I have my milk, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of milk do you want?
Just milk.
No additional stuff or anything?
No, milk and nothing else. Milk!
She needs some milk!
Fresh milk for the lady with the pretty smile. Thank you.
Are you hitting on an underage girl? I was just giving her a compliment.
Thank you for the compliment. It's really good.
You're welcome.
What's a young girl like you doing alone this late? I'm not a young girl. I'm a grown-up who can take care of herself.
You don't look like a grown-up.
What? I'm 18.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'd call too young. Well, I'm not an old lady like you, for sure. Besides, I've been earning a living since I was 13 years old. So I'm definitely not a kid anymore. How? I'm sure you know.
I don't. Oh my. Are you...
Just say it.
If this is something illegal, or if you're in danger, blink twice.
Really? With a cute face like mine?
Exactly.
Seriously? You've never seen me on TV or social media?
I don't want to sound like a snob, but I don't watch mainstream media.
Snob. Part of the broke but woke movement, I see. You must be the broke part. I don't see you ordering any drinks. What? Too broke for a cup of coffee?
She's not that great for business, no. Oh, really? Sometimes I wonder, could this coffee shop survive without me?
What are you waiting for, Grandma? Make your order.
Is this some kind of maid cafe experiment or something? So, what do you want to order? The usual. So fuck up. Yeah, girl.
Coffee, coffee, coffee.
Speaking of, espresso's ready. As good as usual. Glad you liked it. Wait a minute. You do look familiar. Are you in a pop group? Are you Rachel Florencia? The member of Super Smiles just graduated? And started her solo career.
You're not allowed to cause after all, Grandma.
That brings us back to my first question. What the hell are you doing here?
Drinking milk.
Love her. Oh my gosh. Yes, she's so cute. I'm serious.
But you can see it with your own eyes, right? I'm really here to drink milk.
How come this coffee shop attracts so many weird people? Well, we do have a lot of unusual customers. This is the first time we've had a famous celebrity visit. To drink milk, no less.
Yay! Achievement unlocked.
No, seriously. Why are you here?
Well, you know, usual young folks' problems. I had a fight with my father, and so here I am. You see?
But is it okay for a celebrity like you to be alone this late?
You don't need to worry about me. I can turn into a cat.
No, I'm really worried. Anyway, what happened?
My dad... We got into an argument. He doesn't like my line of work. He always saw my profession as something negative. But I love what I'm doing.
What about your mother? What are her thoughts on your career choice?
She passed away a few years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's alright.
Your dad know anything about the entertainment industry?
He used to work in showbiz decades ago. So yeah, he does know a thing or two.
Good evening, Siggy. Good evening, girls I've never met before.
I just saw you yesterday.
Just kidding, Freya. Anyway, Siggy. Yes, officer. I need something for my sore throat. Can you get a brother a cup of green tea with lemon and honey? To drink milk. Literally came in here to drink milk.
Tea with lemon and honey.
Oh my god, look how pretty that is. Your order is ready. Huh? He said tea with lemon and honey, right? Oh. He said green tea. I'm stupid. I'm a little dumb. I'm a little dumb. It doesn't even look close to what I ordered. Oh, well. Pardon the mistake. Never mind. How's your day going? Anything out of the ordinary on your patrol? No, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. He said green tea. And I just went straight for the regular tea. I'm sorry, everybody. I am a little dumb. I apparently can't do multiple things at once. Even on caffeine, my brain does not work. Yeah. Anything interesting today? Actually, I witnessed something scary on my shift today. Tell me. You sure you want to hear it? Yes. The scary thing I witnessed was my salary. Seriously? Yeah, today's payday. And I checked the ATM during my shift. Such a horrible sight. Other than that, and the labor union protest, everything's fine though. How can you say it's fine? You got a young celebrity lurking around by herself. Ain't that strong proof that this area is safe? Hey. Thank you for the drink and the place to sit. I'm going back now. Oh, thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed your time. Who the hell was that? She just sat there and read. I'm sure that's pretty normal in a coffee shop. I mean, you always do that in here when you're writing. I guess you're right. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes. What are you doing here, young lady? It's pretty late, you know. I don't have anywhere else to go. And this place looked cozy. I see. So you basically wanted to go to a bar. But you're underage, right? How did you know? You can read minds now, old man. I have a daughter around her age. It's easy to translate what they say. Especially when you have to deal with them every day. I don't know why you're here, but everything's gonna be okay. You can forget all your problems while you're here. Dude, you're a cop. It's not his job to take care of someone else's daughter. He is a cop. That is exactly his job. Relax, Freya. Don't be so uptight. Yeah. Mr. Policeman here already made me feel much safer. You know it yourself, Freya. This place is very safe. Right, Officer Georgie? Of course. This is the safest place around here. Hey, that endorsement comes with a discount, right? What? Don't look at me that way. God, old man. Act like one. Dealing with crimes and public safety? Or should I know how to handle someone else's daughter? You should know! You are a father yourself! Oh. Right. Guys, you know I can hear you, right? Really? See, Freya, she has good hearing. That should help her protect herself. Anyway, Ms. Rachel. Ms. Rachel, what brings you here? As I've told the others, I had a fight with my dad. Why are you laughing? Me and my daughter fight every day. Hey, why would you say that? Because it's true. I fought with a lot of my kids. It's normal. In fact, whenever we finish arguing about something, we become closer as a family. Huh? Because when things have calmed down, I learn something about them. And they learn something about me as well. As long as we don't leave things unresolved, an argument makes things better.
It happens so often. Zion was just one among countless others. It wasn't like this before it happened.
You mean before your solo career?
No, before Mom passed away.
What happens after each fight?
Nothing. We just don't talk about it until another fight starts.
Unresolved problems are dangerous. It ain't easy. But you gotta understand each other better. And as much as I hate to admit it, conflict is always the best way to know someone. Even your own blood.
But it was never this bad when Mom was around. She's the only one who understood me.
And she also understood your father. Maybe he and your mom also had arguments. But your mom acted as a mediator between the two of you.
That's possible. Now that Mom's gone, I don't have anyone to act as my guardian.
And your dad, he lost his best negotiator. Wait a second. You said this has happened a lot. But why did you run this time? My daughter never ran away. Wait. Maybe it's because I'm the one who always ran away. Using my job as an excuse. I can confirm that. Yeah, I run here a lot. But yeah, I hate to tell you again. You both gotta resolve your issues. Unresolved problems are dangerous. In any relationship. I kinda understand what you're going through, Rachel. I also ran away when I was younger.
Are you on good terms with your parents now?
I am.
And how did it happen?
To be honest, I'm not even sure myself. It just happened.
Maybe I should run even further. I mean, I have my own income. I don't need to rely on my dad.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
Why? I'm an adult.
No adult would ever say I'm an adult. Just give yourself time to think, Miss Rachel. And try to understand your father's perspective. I'm sure both of you will be able to solve this. Like adults. You don't need to rush to a decision.
I'm not sure about that.
Just take your time. But now I'd recommend you just go home. It's really late. I need to go home as well. I can give you a ride. You don't need to talk to your father right away. Just go straight to your room. At least knowing you're safe at home will give him some peace. That will allow him to think more clearly about everything.
You're right.
You really are a cop, Georgie. Of course I am. So where do you live, Miss Rachel?
In the western part of Nico Town.
Oh, that's quite far.
You're still going to drive me home, right?
Oh man. Of course I will. Should I drive you home too, Miss Freya?
No, you don't have to. I'm riding my bike.
Are you sure?
100% sure.
Okay. We'll be off then.
Thank you, Sigyn and Freya.
Take care on your way home. See you around, Sigyn.
My god, Rachel's so cute!
Love her.
And there they went.
Yes. You can stay longer if you want.
Nah, it's fine. I also have to call it a day.
How's the writing, by the way?
Yeah, it's getting there.
That's nice to hear.
I'm juggling a lot of work, though. Barely made my deadlines. I don't know if I can keep this up.
Why don't you just come clean? Tell your boss about the publishing offer. Who knows? Maybe she'll understand. Yeah, right.
Great job, Freya. Here, take some money. Go take a vacation and finish your novel.
In your dreams.
I'm not exactly employee of the month.
You never know.
You never know, I might end up on the chopping block.
Ooh, the pressure.
I'm sure about one thing, though. This coffee shop has a lot of stories to tell. So yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow.
And door is always open for you.
I bet it is. Okay then, take care.
Be careful on your way home.
Yes, Georgie is a very smart man.
Ah, I can't believe I fucked up. Oh. Hmm. Try that.
It's literally giving me a tip. It's literally giving me a tip about this.
Alright, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then I will be right back. So feel free to also take a pause, get something to snack on, make sure to hydrate before you dehydrate. Go stretch. Do good stuff for yourself. And I'll be right back. And we are back, ladies and gents. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. Goodness, 2 hours already. Time certainly flies when you're talking about coffee. No, but it's literally giving me a hint. I'm gonna look up something real quick. Give me 1 second. I just gotta confirm. Mm-hmm. Thought so. Alright. Is everybody ready to continue? Everything sounds okay?
Hey, baby boy. Hey, baby boy.
Oh, cute. Come on. Come on up.
Good boy. Hey, baby. Come here. Aww. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl.
Alright. Continuing. Oop. A little loud in my ears. There we go. Much better.
Friday.
And 12 parts, or I strangled my Tinder date till he died, is an indicator that I will immediately run away. Fair enough. Akari's interest in this guy increased. Maybe, just maybe, he could handle her story. So, do you want me to go first? He asked. I'll go first, although it's more like a crazy hobby of mine, not something I did just once so I could tell the story for the rest of my life. Color me interested. So, I love to kiss cats. That doesn't sound too crazy. Talking about lips-to-lips kissing, especially French. I love French kissing a cat.
What?
Her date responded without hiding his surprise. You've never tried it? If you feel uncomfortable with kissing a male cat, you can always try doing it with a female one. Are you telling me you've kissed a female cat before? Both male and female. I'm pretty flexible. He didn't say anything, which was unsurprising, considering such secrets weren't usually revealed on a first date, or ever, for many people. It's not that bad, you know. Here, let me tell you about the first time I French kissed my cat. I was around 14, an age where most people feel curious about many things, especially sexual stuff. But I had no boyfriend, so I couldn't just ask someone to help me practice kissing. But I did have my biggest love at that time. Her name was Oren, and she was a beautiful orange cat with a gorgeous pair of shiny orange eyes. Her date still hadn't responded, so Akari continued. Seeing her beautiful eyes, I got an idea. I decided to borrow my mother's red lipstick and paint my lips red. It was a mess, but I was pretty satisfied with the results. I picked her up as usual, and without her knowing, I quickly put my lips on hers. Of course, she clawed her way out of my grip, but just in that quick moment, I felt something weird. It's the same feeling you have when you ride a merry-go-round the first time. No, roller coaster would be a better comparison. After that, I started honing my skills, and now even stray cats don't mind me kissing them. To her surprise, Akari noticed that her date hadn't left her alone in the cafe, unlike previous dates she told her story to. Are you crazy? The man asked her, with his eyebrows halfway to his hairline. Well, you did ask about the craziest thing I've ever done. Why, you're not interested in kissing a cat even after listening to my story? Gods no. I'm a dog person, for God's sake. What? Alvin definitely is a little odd. Good evening, Mr. Hyde. myself tonight, sir. Gala is coming. After his shift. It's pretty empty here. You're our first customer tonight. Is there something wrong? Nothing. It's just a bit strange that you say our. Well, obviously, there's only you here. Oh, I guess it's just me, but when I'm working, I always put myself as the barista and the coffee shop. I see. Anyway, I need to order something. What do you want to drink tonight? Do you have any lunch? Sorry, sir. We don't... Come on, did you think I was serious? No. Give me a ginger green tea. Make sure it's very warm and bitter. Okay, so this time, green tea, ginger, will that work? I have no idea. Hey, ginger green tea. There you go. Here is your ginger green tea. Let's see. Not enough. Excuse me? It's not warm or bitter enough. I'm sorry. Forget it. It's not bad, but definitely not enough. By the way, if you don't mind my asking, ask away. You said you're here for work. Yes. For a couple of weeks. Not in the medical industry like Mr. Gallo, are you? Hell no. I could never imagine myself doing something so... what's the word? Something as honorable as that. Then, are you dealing with something I shouldn't ask about? I'm not a criminal. In case that's what you had in mind. I mean, it's not an evil job per se. But definitely not as honorable as working in a hospital. Then, what is it? Guess. You travel a lot. More or less. You befriended a startup founder. So, I assume you either have your own startup, or you work in some kind of investment agency? I used to, but not anymore. I'm startup founder, he's just a friend. Then, what do you do? I've had many career paths in my life. It just got boring after a while. So, right now, I'm a model. I didn't expect that. You have the looks and the figure, so I guess it makes sense. You wanna know a secret? Sure. There's ads for anti-aging skincare products. No way! Vampire models. They are naturally good looking. Skin paler than a nose. But you don't have those annoying pointy ears. Which makes us basically a bunch of good-looking living mannequins. How better to advertise anti-aging products than with people who naturally don't age? Isn't that false advertising? Don't be naive. Truth is a matter of circumstance and perspective. Advertising is just framing the truth. I never thought of it that way. How long have you been modeling? Oh, not long. Not much more than 30 years. Wow. Good evening. Can you please be a little quieter? this person, if you can.
Oh, come on. I'm just trying to make this place a little livelier. You don't mind, right, sir?
No, I don't mind. I'm pretty sure I saw you the last time I was here.
You bet. You could say I'm a regular here.
Hence the attitude.
Hey,
You look very happy. Any special occasion?
nah, nothing. This is my default state.
She only has two states. Either extreme excitement or super stressed.
Stop putting me in a bad light. Anyway, what were you talking about?
We were talking about Mr. Hyde's profession.
And what is your profession, dear sir?
I'm a model. And he's been doing it for 30 years.
Holy shit. 30 years of modeling? That's a long time.
Not for me. My current liaison in the clothing brand I work with is the daughter of the guy I worked with when I started modeling. Usually, I work until it's the grandchild.
That's really cool. I'm Freya, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Freya. How's the writing so far?
It's okay. But I'm stuck and in need of a warm drink. So brew me something, please. Coffee? Nah. I need to take it slow tonight. Make me something warm and sweet without coffee.
Warm and sweet without coffee. Something warm and sweet without coffee.
I hate this, like... Nope.
One better.
Can you not? You sweet boy.
I'm just gonna do this, I guess. Some honey tea. A warm, sweet drink tea.
Nice. Perfect drink to end today.
Glad you liked it. So, you're a writer.
Yeah, I work for the Evening Whispers. But I'm also working on my own novel right now.
Sounds interesting. What kind of novel are you writing?
It's complicated.
You should wait until she finishes it.
Yeah, no spoilers.
That's if she ever manages to finish it.
Yeah, that too.
What's the genre?
Slice of life.
So, not fantasy or sci-fi.
Still not sure. Probably it'll be a normal slice of life.
You'll have tough competition.
You're not wrong. I'll probably put some surreal elements in there. Maybe I'll set it in a world where only humans exist. Sounds a bit racist. That's the twist. This isn't about racial supremacy. I imagine, even in a world where only one race exists, problems will still appear anyway. Discrimination and racism will still happen. How can they be racist without other races? Differences in language, nationality, ideology, or even skin color. Oop, calling us out. When everything's the same, the smallest differences will stand out. Perhaps it's diversity that can teach us to look past the differences. Bottom line is, we'll always find a way to hate others. Are you sure you have that?
That doesn't really sound all that funny.
Hey, it's fantasy. That's what fiction's for, anyway. Painting the what-ifs. That's actually pretty interesting. I'll buy your book when it comes out. And I'll fly back here to have it signed. Aw, thank you. So cute. Bye, everyone.
Good evening, Miss Lua.
Hi there. How's it going?
Great, thanks.
Lua, please meet Hyde.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Hyde.
And hi, please meet Lua.
Hi.
Are you by yourself?
Yeah, just finished a meeting. I needed an escape from my coworkers, so I decided to come here instead.
Is Bailey's coming?
He's not. He's a freelancer, remember? He's free to do whatever he wants.
Is everything okay?
To be honest, we haven't talked much since the other day.
Oh.
We shall fix that with a warm drink then. Good idea, thanks. I'm in the mood for a green tea latte.
Green tea latte?
Is there a problem?
No, it's nothing. Sorry.
Then a cup of green tea latte, please.
A green tea and 2 milks? I'm pretty sure anyways. Yeah, okay. That was great. I didn't want to be wrong this time.
Eh.
I'm just random stuff. It's literally not gonna look like anything. Because I suck. Oh well.
Your green tea latte is ready. Thank you. I don't know why. I was suddenly longing for a green tea latte. Like, this drink feels really heartwarming. Call me pretentious. drinks have the power to connect people's hearts. That's surprisingly deep for a cup of tea. By the way, about Bailey's, has he visited this place again after our last meeting? Not that I know of. He hasn't. I should apologize for the commotion we caused. Please don't worry about that. What's this Bailey's person you keep mentioning? Bailey's is... I don't know. My boyfriend. We had a little fight a few days ago. About what? It's okay for him to just ask her like that. Tell me. I'm just a customer. You're the owner of this place. It's an old problem. I'm a succubus and he's an elf. The usual racial problems then. Just manners of me. What? I'm just following up on the questions you started. It's alright. Alias and I have different views on the importance of family. My family is pretty close, and usually they're supportive. But when it comes to dating an elf, they fear that I'll be treated like a peasant. Alias, on the other hand, comes from a well-respected elven family. They can be cagey at times, I get it. But for whatever reason, he took his family for granted. It's not surprising that his family would disagree with the relationship. You don't sound like most succubi I know. Is your boyfriend dealing with this? He said we should just keep going. Just the same as we have been for the last 10 years. So you've been together for 10 years, I suppose? And he's suggesting that both of you should just go on as usual. I mean, relationship for the past 10 years. That was without familial approval, right? Oh, yes. I want a relationship to move forward. I want a family. Did he disagree with the idea of marrying you? No, quite the opposite. He wanted to marry me. What's the problem then? It's not that simple. His family will disown him? Yes. He wants to marry you, even if he has to leave his family. Yes. Problem solved then? You have to care so much about what his or your family thinks. Just marry him. Make a family of your own. It's not that simple. I don't want to be held responsible if he regrets his decision one day. Abandoning one's family is not a solution. What if marrying me is a mistake? What if he regrets leaving his family? I can't take that kind of responsibility. I can't let him make that sacrifice. But did you ever think about the risks when you started dating him? Yes. No. Maybe a little bit. I didn't think it would get this far. From what I can see, you're the problem here. You're pretty greedy for wanting it all. And family approval. If you're asking for racial reconciliation, might as well ask for world peace. Man, stop talking. If I may ask, do you want to marry Bailey's? I love him. Of course I do. Even so, I can't let him leave his family for me. It would be selfish. Because I can't do the So you're forcing your boyfriend to have the same life as you have. Blood is thicker than water mentality would work here. Not every family is worth fighting for, you know. Some are. Not his. Have you ever met Bailey's family? No. They always rejected the idea. Did he try to introduce you to them? He did. You can't have it all, lady. This is not a fairy tale. This is not a story where some fairy godmother will suddenly appear and grant your wishes. This is how things go in real life. You have to take chances and make sacrifices. And you choose which one is best for you. Pretty simple. I'm sorry. I have to leave. I hate to be the girl who always runs away. But thank you for the advice. Take you on your way, Miss Lua. I will. Bye. You were super harsh, old man. But you agree with me, don't you? Oh. You didn't have to say it so harshly, you know? What are you doing here by yourself anyway? Trying to pick a fight with everyone? I'm waiting for a friend. Oh, there he is. Good evening, everyone. Hey, Gavin. How are you doing, Freya? I'm fine. But your friend here is one hell of a troublemaker. What did you do this time, Hyde? Stated facts. Harshly. To someone that needed it. But not the way you said it. Let me order a drink first. Then you folks tell me about what happened. What are you having this evening, sir? Do you remember my fairy remedy? I mentioned it a couple of days ago. The one with ginger and caffeine? Yes. Can you help me try to figure out what it is? Sure. Should I try mixing the ginger with tea? Yes. Tea, ginger, and... Still not sure what the last one might be. Okay. I'll try experimenting with it. You'll know when you get it right. Tea. Ginger. I think it was milk. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure. My brain is not working. It's milk, wasn't it? I think it was milk. Haha! Let's try this one. Thank you, sir. This might be it. Are you sure? I'm not 100% sure, but please make a note of it in case of emergency. Will do. Okay, now I'm ready for the story. So, tell me what happened. She's a better storyteller than me. Alright, so there's this girl. And that's about it. never change, do you? Both of you are going to judge me for being honest now. Dude, honesty is good and all. But, you know, try not to be a dick. Listen to her, Hyde. She's got a good point. Ugh. Not you two. I was a bit surprised, though. Usually you don't bother with this kind of thing. I've seen you actively avoid it. You do know me. We've been friends for years. Yeah, of course. I don't know why I got involved in that discussion. Plus the vibe in this place has seeped into me. I understand. This place does have that special magic. Not exactly a good magic, judging from the reaction I received today. You may be right, but there are better ways to say what you have in mind. Anyway, I've gotta go. So soon. It's past midnight. I need to get some sleep. Take care on your way, Freya. Sleep tight. See you guys. Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing. What did you want to talk about when you told me to meet you here? I was just bored. And that's the surest way to make you come out. Seriously? I thought the story from Freya was enough to fill your daily dose of interaction. Well, it was. Something. Indeed. You said something about being my friend for years. Yes. Why? Do you ever wonder what it would be like if we hadn't met? What do you mean? Forget it. It's late, anyway. I need to get back. Huh? Alright, second. Thanks for the evening. The pleasure was mine. Bye. What was that? You know him better than I do, Mr. Gala. Care for another drink to end the day? Sure. Spicy sweet, natural pleasure, and bliss in a cup if I can speak. And that's that chapter done. I keep messing up because of the vague responses. I wish people would just ask for what they want. At least I got that one right. The Galahad. At least there's that. But why though? Saturday. How are you guys doing? You hanging in there? Hopefully enjoying yourselves. Sorry, multitasking. Okay, no, it's fine. If you want to do something else and have this on in the background, that's perfectly fine with me. I just want to make sure that it's decent. You're working on getting Clover an appointment at the vet? Oh, okay. Well, that's very important. I don't mind if you're doing something in the background. Or doing something else while having this in the background. I'm not gonna be one of those people that's like, pay attention to me and only me. I'm not like that. As long as you're here, that's enough for me. Besides, Clover's precious.
She is precious baby bean.
Is it just for a checkup, though?
The beanest. The beanest of beans.
Quick examination, yes.
Okay, good. Good. Hopefully they don't find anything too bad. I hope she's in perfect health. And with her in spirit.
Atlantic countries plead for landfolk to send help instead of trash. Oof. Opinion, who watches The Watchmen in Seattle? Cats are the best creatures on Earth. Research has proven. You heard it here first, folks. Cats are literally the best creatures. Ever.
It's backed by science.
It's funny though, we were literally talking about your cat, and that's part of the headlines. Our top story tonight, cats are the best creatures on Earth. Research finds. That's fun. As always, starting with our top story tonight. Swipe right to outer space. Hello there. I'm a female alien. That's what you call this, right? From a planet located in a galaxy the humans called Andromeda. I'm here to make sure my kind can survive longer and spread further across the universe. That's what was written on her dating app profile. As a sci-fi nerd, I didn't need to think much about swiping right. Even though the pictures she was using for her profiles were just cosplay, silhouettes and weird, artsy, spaceship-like photos. And here she is now, sipping her cup of Papua Wamana, looking exactly like the dream girl I've always fantasized about. Dark bobbed hair, thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, and a never-ending smile directed right at me. So yeah, I came to this place like 168 hours ago. There were 12 of us, and I'm the lucky one, being located in a place with such fantastic drinks, she says, after some time spent explaining about her task as an alien. I love sci-fi, but this might be too much. She hasn't said anything about her job, where she was born, or any other normal stuff. Maybe she's crazy. It must be it. No way such a perfect-looking girl could be perfect on the inside too, I say to myself. So, what's your plan? Are you going to release the story as a novel, comic, game, movie? I ask her. What story? The story you've been telling me. Sounds like it could be really popular if you adapted it into the right medium. Well, I've been telling the story through social media and dating apps. That's not enough. If it could be adapted to some sort of mainstream media, you could be rich, you know? You could be famous. Famous? Does that mean more of your people would know about my people and our mission? Definitely. And with exposure like that, it should be easier for me to meet humans with high quality seeds? Yeah, I guess. Okay, then, where should I start? Suddenly my phone starts ringing. It's my best friend. Pardon me for a minute. I need to get this, I say to her as I answer the call. Yo, dude, who the hell is that chick you're with? She's freaking gorgeous, man. My friend's excited voice meets my ear, an overly loud whisper I'm immediately suspicious of. What? Are you at our usual coffee shop? Yeah, bro, I'm lining up at the counter. Do you see me? Oh, yep, there you are. Lucky bastard. Where did you meet that beauty? Man, I always love it when they grow their hair super long and then color it like that. Huh? What do you mean? The chick, bro? Sat right in front of you? She looks just like my ideal girl. Long hair, all rainbow colored like that. Big eyes and those cheekbones. I put my phone down and stare at the round-cheeked girl in front of me with a strange mix of emotions. Why are you looking at me like that? She asks. You really are an alien. Yeah, that's what I've been telling you this whole time. Oh, fuck me. Finally! That was my task all along. So, my place or yours? And please, no protection. It's getting spicy. Welcome. Oh. Welcome.
Hello there. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Ah, the usual Earthling linguistic problem. We'll never get used to it.
Is it okay if I call you sir?
Definitely. You can call us whatever you like. We do not mind a bit.
Do you want to order anything, sir?
Oh, yes. We have to communicate our order. Please, pardon us. What do you recommend? We will not be able to taste the difference anyway.
What do you mean?
It is alright. Forget it. What is the most expensive drink here?
Everything's the same price in this coffee shop.
Really? That is interesting. Unlike other places we have visited so far.
Have you decided on what to order then?
Okay. We would like to order anything.
Anything?
Anything.
What did I tell you about people being big? What to make? That is... bah. I hope it's to your liking.
Don't worry, it will not matter to us. Okay, let us drink this. Yes?
Oh, nothing. And everything nice? Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Why did you put your finger in the drink?
That's a very strange question. We are drinking it, of course.
Drinking it?
Yes, drinking it. Oh, yes, of course. We almost forgot. Earthlings use their speaking organ to drink. We use our appendages to drink. Usually, a propylene drinking apparatus is provided for us to use. Pardon? It is what you call plastic in the shape of a long tubular stick.
You mean a straw?
Yes. We wonder why Earthlings rely on it so much. Oh, so you can drink without it. And the plastic stick apparatus is provided on 87.76 of all drinking occasions we encountered. And it has become one of the single biggest use pollutants on your planet.
Anyway, how do you drink with a straw?
The same as we just did. But thanks to the plastic stick apparatus, We do not need to put our appendages into the liquid mixture you call drinks, which is very convenient. Perhaps convenience takes higher priority in Earthling decision-making processes.
I see. I guess people won't suspect a thing if you put your hands on a straw.
Affirmative.
By the way, you said you just arrived. Where did you come from, sir?
Far. It would be too complicated to tell you all the details, but we can tell you one thing. We have a mission here.
A mission?
Yes.
What kind of mission?
Find what the Earthlings call a female.
And then?
Breed.
So you came from a faraway place to find a date?
Date? Our mission does not have anything to do with your understanding of time.
No, I'm not talking about that kind of date.
Oh, pardon us. But no, our mission also does not have anything to do with fruits.
I wasn't talking about that kind of date either.
Oh, pardon us again. Your language is extremely confusing sometimes.
Don't worry about it. We also struggle with our own languages.
Earthlings really need to work on their communication. There are so many ways to make communication more direct and simple. Of all the places we have been to, this place has the worst communication methods.
Can't argue with that. So, how's the mission so far?
Not good. We are using this unique communication application. According to our data, it is the biggest source of breeding interaction on Earth, although the success rate of the breeding is not as high as the interaction.
Huh? I never heard about... Wait, are you talking about a dating app?
Their system used a fire symbol as their sign.
You are talking about a dating app?
But again, we found some contradictions in the application.
What do you mean?
According to our understanding of the application, it requires the person that interacts with it to swipe left or right. If you swipe left, it means you do not want to breed. If you swipe right, it means you do want to breed. And then, two interactees swipe right between each other. They can commence the introduction to the breeding process.
It didn't go well, I assume.
Most of them started communicating with very big letters on the communication platform. And they said some words that cannot be considered proper.
I don't know what to say about that. But you said most of them. Some of them actually did not get mad?
Oh, some of them are laughing with text.
Did you get to meet them?
We set up meetings. Many of them did not appear.
But some did?
Yes, but we got confused with the way they communicate. No outcome from the meetings, even though we decided to go to various recommended places according to our database.
And this coffee shop happens to be one of the recommended places?
Yes.
Interesting. Then you're here to meet someone?
Yes. But she should have arrived some time ago. Maybe each Earthling also has different interpretations of time.
You're right about that. Good evening, miss.
Evening.
Would you like to order something? Cafe latte, please. Pretty sure that was coffee, milk.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not stupid. Most of the time.
enough. Your order is ready, miss.
Thank you.
How is it?
Good.
Glad you like it. Are you here to eat again, miss?
Yeah, you know the drill.
Please, enjoy your time.
Can I help you with something? Oh, nothing. Pardon us.
Okay. Oh no. He's so precious. They're so precious, I guess.
Excuse us.
Yes?
Are you waiting for someone?
Not this again. No, I'm not waiting for anyone.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm sure I'm not waiting for anyone.
Because we are waiting for someone from this app. And she's an orc, just like you.
Look here. First, I'm not the only female orc on Earth. Heck, I'm not even a pure orc.
But is your name Uruk High 69?
Oh my god. Is this guy sane? Please pardon them, miss. I don't think they're from around here.
So, you have not answered our question. Are you Uruk High 69?
No. My name is Myrtle, and I never use Urukai 69 anywhere.
Oh, you really are not her.
Of course I'm not. Seriously, men nowadays.
But you're
Like, step on me, mommy. If you're that desperate to find a date, why don't you ask your friends? Go to a club or something.
But we do not have any friends on Earth.
Hey, when you say he's not from around here, are you saying he's not from Earth? Well, from what I've gathered up to now, they're not from this planet. Man.
Pardon us for interrupting, but when you said club, which activities are you talking about? According to the search result, there are just too many clubs on Earth. Some of them look pretty interesting, like this club about space exploration. They call themselves Trekkies.
Forget everything I said. What time were you supposed to meet this female orc?
About an hour ago, according to the local time.
She's bailing on you, man.
What does that mean?
It means big chance she's not coming. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you. She's probably right, sir. Have you tried contacting her?
We have. She read it, according to the application.
Did she reply?
No.
Ouch. If she didn't reply, I'm 100% certain she bailed. She's not coming. I believe Miss Myrtle here is right.
That was... We are a pretty objective people, but somehow Earth's vagueness has taught us a new kind of feeling.
This has happened before?
Many times.
Well, sorry to hear that. But it might be a sign you need to change your strategy.
Earthlings use strategies to breed.
The most complicated strategies, in fact.
Your kind never cease to amaze us. If that's the case, then we do not need to be here anymore.
You can stay if you like.
Oh, it's okay. we need to report back immediately. But we will visit this place again in the future. You have a very nice place, owner.
Please, just call me Sigyn.
Thank you for your time, Sigyn. And thank you for your input also, Miss Myrtle. We will definitely study the breeding strategies of Earth.
Sure. It's called norm, by the way. The, breeding norms. Although you can also use strategy as the keyword.
We will keep that in mind. Okay then, we are off.
Take care on your way. I swear, that's like the weirdest thing. Oh boy, who the hell was that? Oh, hi there, Freya.
What is an astronaut doing in this coffee shop?
Drinking and waiting for their friend, apparently.
What kind of friend? Like the dog?
A date from a dating app.
I should have been here. What does their date look like?
The date didn't show up.
Ouch. Poor astronaut. Why didn't they remove the astronaut suit first before going on a date? I mean, showing off your job is pretty common. But it doesn't have to be that literal, you know?
I don't think they're an astronaut. Not in the usual sense. What do you mean? They might be an alien.
Alien? Like Englishman in New York alien, or
Alien.
outer space?
Probably. Or other dimensions, I don't know.
Wow. Like, super wow. I mean, I know you get a lot of different visitors here, but wow.
Life is never boring here.
That's why I'm writing about it.
Oh yeah, how's it going so far?
The writing?
Yes, the writing. With capital T and W.
It's going pretty well, actually.
Nice. May I see it?
What do you mean?
Can I read the draft you've written so far?
No. Please don't.
Why?
It's not good enough.
Hey, be more confident in your work. You know you're a good writer. Besides, if you're not that confident with it, maybe I can share some feedback.
You're right. I actually have prepared a printout of the draft.
So you were planning to show it all along.
I wasn't sure about it. It's the first presentable draft anyway.
Come on, I know the drill. And I'm pretty familiar with your stuff.
Alright. Let me get out of my bag. To be honest with your feedback.
I will. Now, will you hand it over? It's okay, Freya. Here it is. Thank you. Now, let's see. Hey, welcome back, Taylor. No, you're fine. You're not late. It's alright.
How was it?
Let me read it at my own pace, okay? No, but you're perfectly fine, Taylor. It's alright.
What's wrong? Is it that bad?
The main character.
Oh my. Is the character badly written?
I don't think the character suits my personality.
That's because you're not the inspiration.
Too bad. You have a prime example standing in front of you every day.
Prime example? You? You're like the most mysterious person I've ever met.
Nice. I'd like to see them. Wait, I think someone's coming.
Hey, the draft.
I'm not done yet. Welcome. Would you like to drink here or take away, miss?
Here, please.
What would you like? Or maybe you'd like to sit down first before deciding.
I'll order right away.
No need to hurry. Take your time.
Is it okay if I order something a bit complicated?
You can order whatever you like, as long as we have the ingredients.
If that's the case, do you know masala chai?
The tea with spices?
Yes. I'd like to order a masala chai then, please.
Masala chai. This is brain food? No, it's more like brain coffee. Masala chai. So it's tea with spices. So I assume it's tea, ginger, and cinnamon. Because that's tea and the only spices I have. Crossing my fingers. Yes! Fuck, I did it. I believe this is the drink you were talking about. Yes. Sweet.
From the look of it, I think so. Let's give it a taste.
Is it bad, miss?
Oh, no. It's really good. It just brought back some memories.
I hope they're good ones.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are.
Where were we? The main character. The character feels very you.
You bet.
If the readers know me, they'll notice it right away. Is that okay?
Sure, why not?
It sounds so narcissistic.
Don't worry about it.
They won't notice unless they know me personally. And having the main character think like me makes it easier to write. If you say so.
Sorry.
Did you say something?
Yes. Sorry for interrupting. Are you a fiction writer?
Yes, I am.
That sounds so cool.
Well, yeah, but I only write small-scale fiction. Short stories for the newspaper. Or non-fiction stories about people in this town. She's writing a novel right now, you know. In fact, I was just reading the draft for it.
Hey! Wow. How many books have you written?
Well, this would be my first book, if I finished it.
I always wanted to be a fiction writer, but conjuring words is hard.
I'm a writer. Yeah, and even I can't use complex words like conjure, like you just did.
A lot of people have said my vocabulary is uncommon.
What do you do? What's your name again?
Oh, pardon me. My name is Aqua.
Of course it is. Of course it's Aqua. Hi, Aqua.
Freya. And the barista here is Sigyn.
Greetings, Miss Aqua.
Nice to meet you.
So yeah, what do you do?
I'm a researcher at the university. I also make games in my free time.
Hey, that's even cooler than my job, you know.
Thanks.
You said you can't write, but research papers need a lot of writing skills, right?
Indeed. But it's descriptive writing, not narrative writing.
What kind of fields are you researching, by the way?
I focus on computer graphics.
Whoa.
It involves a lot of calculations and boring stuff. Not something the media would cover, I guess. It wouldn't attract many readers. Oh my! I forgot you're a journalist. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
Come on. You don't have to worry so much about everything. It's alright. Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes?
You said you're a researcher in computer graphics, right?
That's right.
Did you write a paper on the latest fluid rendering technique for 3D environments? I believe one of the contributors is also named Aqua.
Oh, my. Yes, that's me. Did you read it?
I did. It was pretty important for the project we're working on.
May I ask what kind of project that is?
It's a video game series called Full Metal Conflict.
Are you kidding me? You work on FMC? Oops. I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited all of a sudden.
Don't be. It's nice when you meet someone who likes the thing you worked on.
I love that series so much. My name is Aqua, by the way. You already knew that.
My name's Myrtle.
What do you do in the project?
I'm one of the technical artists.
I wonder.
Yeah, I don't want to intrude on your discussion any further. But could I ask for your business card or something? Me and some friends have something we want to discuss. We submitted queries through your department's contact form. We haven't received any replies.
Oh, yes. That happens a lot. The form sends the queries to another department, and sometimes it takes them a bit to respond. Pardon us for that.
Of course. Shoulda expected that.
I don't have my card with me right now. You can swap email addresses if you want.
Sure.
Here's my email.
Oh, got it. This Full Metal Conflict series you two are talking about. Is it the same series that's getting a movie adaptation soon? Yeah, that one. To be honest, I hated the idea of turning the game into a movie. Nonetheless, Hollywood. They have the budget for the flashy visuals, but I doubt they'll do the series justice. Why?
Because some games tell their stories in a unique way, and some stories can only be told through this medium. And FMC is no exception to that.
Interesting. Do you play video games? Well, not much. I usually play weird, obscure art games. The type of game you might see in an art gallery. Really? That's weird. You're not the first to say I'm weird. It's not that. Usually people that play arty games are gamers that got bored of the current state of video games.
That's true. But I believe art games cater to a whole different market compared to mainstream games. Hence, a lot of the players are not gamers, and they're more accessible to play, but harder to perceive. Understanding them requires a whole different level of many things. Sorry, I rambled on for too long, but at least That's what I think.
Good point. Yeah, that was a really good perspective. I play those types of games thanks to people I hang out with. Yeah, you got that look of an artsy hipster, you know? Nailed it! So you understand my point about the adaptation, right? Kinda? Anyway, I need to go back. I'll email you first thing tomorrow about our question.
Wait, what time is it?
Oh, my. I also need to go home. We can walk to the bus stop together if you want.
I hope that doesn't bother you, Miss Myrtle.
Just Myrtle is fine. And of course it won't bother me at all. Shall we go now?
Sure. Thank you so much, Sneaky. And you too, Miss Freya. Good luck with the writing.
Take care on your way, okay?
Will do.
See you around, folks. Please be careful on your way back.
So,
Yes? That was a nice talk. But you haven't given me proper feedback for the draft yet. And I could see that you were reading it on and off. Well, it's kinda good.
seriously? That's it?
I'm not an editor. Did you expect me to have a list of notes for you?
Yes.
Really? You're mysterious, that much is true. But I've been a regular here for a while. I recognize the expressions you were making as you read it. You have a lot of comments, right? Admit it. Okay, you got me. But this won't be short. And I will be really honest about it. Well, the night is young. Bring it on. Okay. Let's start at the beginning. Oh my god, that looks so cute. Alright. I'm going to take another quick break here. Be sure to take a break as well, you guys. Don't just sit around listening to me. Get some water. Have a snack if you need to. And I will be right back, alright? So, don't go anywhere. Alright, can anybody confirm that I am indeed returned? I hope you guys are enjoying the voices that I'm doing. I'm trying real hard. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello? Hello. Okay. As long as I know that people can hear me, that's all I need to know.
Let us continue.
By the way, thank you for sticking with me this long, everybody. Right. Research found that most Fury sedatives on the market are not safe. While Morris Lester from Slum to Glam, pajama-clad 27-year-old actuary found decapitated on his own bed. Oh, God. So now we're dealing with murderers. Cool. Yikes. Do you want to order anything else?
I'm good for now. I'll order again once I finish reading this.
Okay then. Cyberpunk Love Hotel. Room service. Get this order to room 512. The order came around 10:30 p.m. I was doing nothing, or in other words, I was waiting for an order to come. I was tasked to take a bottle of wine and a couple packs of condoms. Yes, sometimes guests really do ask for things like this. Talk about being unprepared. The person in charge that night gave me the requested items and let me out of the room to deliver them. From there, I went to the lobby and waited for the elevator to arrive. While I was waiting, a guest came in behind me and pressed the button to call the elevator. He looked at me in awe, and I looked back at him, showing him the smile hotel management taught me. He smiled back. When we got in the elevator, he pushed the button for the 3rd floor. Silence filled the tiny room. As we ascended, the guest pulled his phone from his pocket and started recording me. This again, I thought. I didn't do anything about it. To be precise, I can't do anything about it. It's part of the job, after all. Ding. We reached the 3rd floor. The guest left while still pointing his camera at me. I waited, alone, until the elevator reached the 5th floor, a few seconds later. I left the elevator and started moving towards room 512. When I was in front of the door, I rang the bell to let the occupants know I'd arrived. It's here. I can hear the muffled voice of a woman. The door opened. Look, hon, they really do use a robot to deliver room service. The woman shouted back at her partner. Ha ha ha, that is so cool, the guy responded, trying to sound interested, though I'm sure he was staring at the woman's butt and couldn't wait to use the stuff they'd ordered. I want to take a picture with the robot, okay? The woman said in a saccharine, sweet, mildly nauseating tone. Sure, hon. Wait, are you sure it's okay to just hug the robot like that? Turns out the man could still think with his big brain after all.
It's fine. I saw they even have a robot you can have sex with. Sure, a simple hug won't matter,
said the woman.
It's a different model. What's next? You're gonna hug a Terminator?
I screamed internally.
Say cheese. Then 1, 2, 3, flash. It looks so cute. I was hoping it might look more human-like, though. Maybe they don't have the technology for that yet, said the adult woman who still hadn't grasped the concept of look but don't touch.
Okay, come on, darling. This robot has other things to do. Let's just take our order and let it do its work. They took their order and closed the door. Oh, humans. How the hell did your people manage to survive for so long in this universe? I wondered, as I trundled back down to my room. Okay, rude, damn. Us humans, right? I'll leave you with whatever that is. Oh, man. Oh, Appa! Fancy seeing you again so soon.
Hi, Freya. Hi, Shaken.
Good evening, Miss Aqua.
How are you two doing?
Same old. I'm good. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you? Oops. I asked that already. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Is Myrtle here?
So far, it's only me and Sigyn. We have you with us now, of course. Are you meeting here tonight?
Oh, it's not that. I was just wondering whether she's coming here again tonight.
You have her email, right?
Yeah?
Why don't you just tell her to come and meet you here now? That always works for me whenever I want to talk to someone.
That wouldn't be nice. It's not that important anyway. I just wanted to follow up on the questions your team sent today. Follow up directly, I mean. Anyway, I should order something.
Take your time, Miss Aqua.
It's alright, I'll order now. I'll have a cup of tea with lemon and cinnamon, please.
Tea.
Lemon. Cinnamon. Cinnamon!
Here you go.
Oh, it looks so pretty. If I'm not mistaken, it's called Russian tea, right?
Oh, you knew?
About it once. I'm pretty sure the only part that's Russian is the name. It was originally from a community cookbook or something.
You're right. Wow, it's a highly specific fun fact to know.
I guess I spent too much time browsing the internet. When did you arrive, Freya?
I've been here since you left last night. Look. Finish drinking first, Aqua.
I'm sorry. I said you haven't left?
I was just joking.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Why?
Oh, no. I didn't mean to offend you or anything. It's just that you shouldn't forget to take breaks. You too, Sigyn. Please make sure you get enough rest.
Of course I will, Miss Aqua. Thank you for the reminder. By the way, Aqua.
Yes?
Where do you come from? Because, judging from your accent, you're not from the States, right?
I'm not. I'm from the ocean.
Whoa, so you're a full-fledged oceanic?
Born and raised in the sea.
Why did you move here?
Chasing the American dream, I guess.
You moved with your family?
No, I'm the only one who could move here.
Oh. May I know why?
It's not easy for our people, and especially for the females, to get higher education. I got scholarships and the opportunity. I wasn't sure about moving, you know, but my parents pushed me to do it.
How long have you been here?
Almost 2 years now.
Do your parents visit often?
I can't. You know how hard it is for my people to get a US visa?
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. We're still in contact. We do a video call at least once a week.
Do you have siblings?
Of course. We are sea people. My extended family is probably as big as Seattle's population.
Whoa, that's a lot. You really have that many relatives?
Of course not. I was just exaggerating. But if you count my grandpa's kids and grandkids, there are hundreds of us.
Holy.
How about you, Freya? Do you have any siblings?
I have. Not as many as you, I assume. I have a little brother, 4 years younger.
He also lives in Seattle?
Nah, he's living in San Francisco, near our parents' house. He's the good kid, and I'm the rebel, working some high-end tech job while taking care of my dad on the weekends.
That's so nice of him.
I know, right? That reminds me. I should visit my parents after finishing this draft.
You should. Visit them while you can.
I know. Anyway, I want to order something. Another espresso.
You know,
The usual.
triple espresso.
Your espresso's ready.
Thanks.
Bitter! Just the way I love it.
Oh my god!
Good evening, sir. Good evening. How can I help you, sir? Ah, yes. I don't know what to order.
Something to raise your spirits, perhaps.
Nothing you like on the menu? I can make you a custom drink if you like. Actually, are you familiar with STMJ? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. If you can tell me the ingredients, I'm sure I can recreate it. Ah, lucky me. STMJ stands for Susu Taylor Madu Jihai. It's Indonesian. It means milk, egg, honey, and ginger. Understood. Wait, do you have the eggs?
I certainly have. They're not on the shelf. But I'll add egg once I've mixed the rest of the ingredients.
I have that. 1 cup of STMJ, please. Hold on. Nope, not that. Milk, honey, ginger. Okay. Milk, honey, ginger.
Here's your STMJ.
Let's see.
almost got it right.
I'm sorry. Care to point out the mistakes?
I guess it's the honey. You should have put the ginger in after the milk.
Noted.
Don't worry about it, though. I've traveled for so many places in the States. None of them got the STMJ right. Excuse me. May I ask you girls something?
Sure, ask away.
What kind of things do you kids like doing nowadays?
Excuse me?
Aren't you college students?
No, we're not.
I see. May I ask how old you are?
You're being creepy, old man. Come back to your chair and keep your distance.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to be creepy.
Chicken.
I just...
Who is this perfect old man?
I want to...
I have no idea. It's his first time here.
I want to be able to understand young people.
Thank God you're here, Officer Jordan.
What's up?
It's a creepy old man trying to flirt with us.
What?
I mean him.
Yes, it's loud.
This man here is Rachel's dad, Freya. He asked to meet me, so I told him to come here.
Oh, I didn't know that Rachel's dad was a perfect old man. I wonder if she ran away from home.
Everyone, please meet Mr. Furlong, Rachel's dad. Mr. Furlong, please meet Freya and Sigyn.
Please.
Call me Henry.
I'm getting so, messed up the voices. Oh, he looks so good in his profile! That's adorable.
I apologize for earlier. I wasn't trying anything funny. I'm sorry about that.
Wait a minute. Your name is Henry Furlong?
Yes.
And you're Rachel Florencia's father?
Yes.
Furlong? Florencia? Why do you have different last names? What are you trying to pull?
Florencia was my late wife's maiden name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rachel chose it for her stage name.
Freya. Okay, I think I better work on my novel. I'm sure you guys have a lot to talk about.
Freya, I'll come with you.
Anyway, what was it that you wanted to talk to me about?
It's about Rachel. One night when you drove her home, was she hanging out with shady people?
Well, I think one of them was a bit shady.
Hey, I heard that.
What?
I'm not a criminal.
I'm just kidding. She was in this coffee shop talking with Freya and Sigyn here. She wasn't in any danger.
Are you sure?
What about before that? Oh, calm down. Is everything alright? It's just that I feel that she's getting more and more distant. I don't know how to talk to her anymore. Or even what to talk about. I don't know what kids our age are into nowadays. Every time we talk, we end up fighting. I have 3 daughters. We fight all the time. One thing that I learned, give them time and space. But be there when they need you. Or you can just bribe them. One time, I had a fight with my eldest daughter. She didn't want to talk to me for a week. I know she loves pizza, so I went to Rocco's and bought her favorite pie. Left the pizza on the table like a trap. And I just waited for her to take the bait.
just like a stakeout. When she took a bite of that delicious pepperoni, I casually grabbed a slice and sat with her. That pizza really helped smooth things over. After that, she wouldn't stop talking. What if she loves doing is the problem? Rachel loves singing and performing on stage. I'm proud of what she has achieved with her career. She's really young. But if the entertainment industry isn't a kind place. Again, if I could read, that'd be helpful. Not the label, not the media, not the fans. And I don't trust her new manager. Rachel is just a little girl. If she gets harassed or forced to do drugs. Did something happen? Well, nothing's happened yet. I just feel it in my guts. Is it possible that you're just being paranoid? I don't know. Maybe.
Megan, I need to go now. Thanks for the drink.
Take care on your way.
Can't you just find another manager? Rachel's already 18, so legally she can sign contracts without parental approval. I've been trying to tell her to quit, but every time I brought it up, we just ended up fighting. As a parent, there's really nothing much we can do, other than guiding them and being there when they need us. Sooner or later, we'll have to trust them to make their own decisions. And with everything we've taught them, hopefully they'll make the right choices. If she made the wrong choices, I do a background check on that manager. If that'll ease your mind, please do. A flip phone. He literally has a flip phone. Oh my gosh. Okay, give me a name. It's Morris. Last name Lester. Morris Lester. Got it. Oh, isn't he the guy in today's paper? Anyway, I'll let you know if there's a hit. Hold on, I gotta take this. I've just got a call. I gotta go. I'd love to talk more about this with you. Let's meet again soon. What? You have my contact details. Call me if you ever need my help. Wait.
Don't worry. I'm sure everything will be alright.
I used to manage a girl band. I've seen bad things happen.
That bad?
Yeah. I was against her joining that pop group at first, but my wife, Rachel's mom, convinced me to give it a chance. Ever since she's been gone, I don't know how to talk to Rachel. They're wanting to do more of her own stuff. I don't know what to do.
What do you mean by her and stuff?
Modeling and a solo singing career. It's a whole different world than the band. I'm familiar with that side of the biz.
Things have changed, right?
Even if it has, I don't think it's for the better. She survived being an idol. Even managed to graduate and start a solo career. She sounds like someone who can take care of herself. Don't you think so? She's not ready. I don't want her to get hurt. There are a lot of bad people out there. People who want to take advantage of her.
You are her father. I understand you might be worried. However, it shouldn't hinder her from achieving her dreams.
I just want what's best for her.
Is it really what's best, though? I think she's born to soar.
But she's just a girl. A little girl.
Seriously.
That's your argument? I didn't mean to sound that way. It doesn't matter whether she's a boy or a girl. You'll drive her away if you keep on acting like this. With your knowledge, you should be able to help her achieve her dreams. I was once a stubborn young girl too. Maybe I can give you a little advice on how to handle rebellious teens. I'd love to hear it. Is it okay if I stay a bit longer, Siggy?
Take all the time you need.
Oh, I was literally about to cry. Oh my goodness.
I'm dying of coziness. Yeah, that's why I love this game so much. Like, it's just chill music, it's captivating stories, and
Coffee. Like, how could you not feel cozy about that? By the way, if you remember the Naomi meme from earlier, I don't know if you were here, but that's her dad. And he's so cute.
I think it's speaking to your inner child.
Yeah, I love it too.
That's so nice. Military personnel stationed along East Coast to prevent immigrants flooding in from the Atlantic. Rolf representative. Push the ministry for more accessible sedative. And doctor from Salak town arrested for experimenting with child cloning. Oh, of course. Feel free to step away and just have this in the background. That's fine. Are you sure that would be okay? Yes! I mean, it would be really hard to pull off, but it's something that'll make the story different. Different isn't always good. It's a neat concept, but you need to handle it carefully and gracefully. I know. Hey, Gala! Good evening, everyone. Welcome, Mr. Gala. Am I interrupting? It looked like you were having an intense discussion. It's nothing. Sprigan was just giving me feedback. It's for the book I'm writing. Sounds like a heavy discussion. What are you up to tonight? I'm just planning to sit and relax. Please don't let my presence interrupt you. Oh, don't worry about it. Although, I need to interrupt Sigurd for a moment. Sure, how can I help you? Can I have a cup of... Do you remember my remedy? Of course. Do you want to give it a try again? My last order might have been the right drink. But let's give it a try again. Just to be sure. Okay. Remember, it has tea and ginger. Tea milk ginger, specifically. Judging from the smell, this looks like it. Indeed. I have the same feeling. I've made a note of that mixture. Perfect. Anyway, please don't mind me and continue with your discussion. Don't worry, Mr. Kala. We're done for the night.
You're done. I have a lot of new homework thanks to you.
You're welcome.
Is Hyde coming? No, I'm by myself tonight. It's gonna be a peaceful night then.
That's mean, Freya.
Oh, come on. I was just joking. He needs to learn how to communicate his thoughts nicely, though.
He might not look like it, but he's a very kind person, you know.
He doesn't show it, that's for sure.
That applies to you as well.
Aw, come on. Aghast, I have no fucking clue what voice I did for him. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome, Mr. Baileys.
Hey. How are you doing, Freya?
Not good.
What's going on? Stigan was just criticizing my story.
It's called feedback.
It's cruel.
It's necessary.
Sounds interesting. What's the problem with the story?
The story is non-linear and quite complicated.
Imagine a choose-your-own-adventure storybook, but for adults. Sounds pretty common so far. But instead of telling you which page to turn to, each decision you make will give you a score. What? That score will determine which page you should go to. Sounds more like a video game than a book.
I know, it's not that original.
But my target here is the mainstream audience. Huh? With the help of my publisher, this kind of book may go mainstream. Just like that Choose Your Own Adventure show on Netstream. It was nothing new, but because of the marketing and the names involved, it reached the mainstream market. That sounds interesting. And highly ambitious, Freya. At least it's simpler than my other idea. Which is making the novel not in the form of a book, but in the form of story cards.
I know, right? As if she has all the time in the world. And that's before even considering the sensitive issue of setting the story in a world where only humans exist.
What did you say? No, there's a reason why it has to be that way. Just wait until I finish it, okay? Alright. As Chicken said though, I won't have the time. Getting a normal pitch approved is already a steep climb. Let's not make the mountain even higher. Fair enough. What's the story all about, by the way? You'll have to wait for it. Don't want to spoil the fun. If you say so. Anyway, I haven't ordered anything.
What do you want to drink tonight?
Ginger latte, if you know how to make it. That's just... can't remember if I have it. Yes, coffee ginger milk. Okay, I thought so.
Here you go.
Thanks. Damn, this is good. This kind of drink making skill. I wonder why your place is really bigger.
What we have here now is more than enough for me.
Whatever floats your boat, I guess. By the way, how you doing, Baileys? Still busy with your last client? I'm done with her. Done? As in, you're dropping the project? Hey, I'm not crazy. I still need the money. Done as in, finish the job. Spent the past few days making sure. It's even done before the deadline. Did you like it? Oh, she loved it. She had some complaints, of course, but I convinced her by using some design terms she doesn't understand. So, you finished your job by bullshitting her. The finest bullshit, my lady. That's one survival skill every freelancer must have. Are you working on anything right now? Nah. I'm taking a break from work. I need to work on a few personal matters. Like you and Lua? Something like that. By the way, I'm curious. How did you guys meet? If you don't mind me asking. I don't mind. It's just that I was young and stupid, you know. I just realized I forgot to read the story for the day. The day was hot, sunny, and humid, just like most days in Jakarta. I was standing inside a crowded bus, neither well-functioning air conditioning nor proper ventilation, trying to keep myself productive in the uncomfortable environment by reading my recently bought copy of Haruki Harukawa's The Elephant Vanishes while listening to a random playlist on my old iPod. Despite the hellish conditions, you could say I was luckier than most because I was standing near the rear door of the bus, leaning my back on the side of the seat, safe enough not to fall out of the bus, breezy enough to breathe freely. As I mentioned, I was on a public bus in Jakarta, so naturally I needed to be wary with my surroundings, mostly keeping my belongings secure from pickpockets and other human pests. I glanced around the bus several times in between pages, and that was when I saw her. It's hard to describe her. She has no specific characteristic to differentiate her from other women. She was like the perfect example of the girl you walk past and seeing on the sidewalk every day. A girl you might glance at for a second, and a few steps later it'd be hard even to remember her hair color and find what her eyes or nose or mouth looked like. She was standing near the front door of the bus, not leaning on anything or anyone, not touching the bacteria-infested hand grip on the ceiling of the bus, although to be fair, it might have been hard for her to reach that grip anyway. But still, she stood there with the perfect balance of a tree rooted in healthy soil. She stood as if somebody had silently put the Venus de Milo on the bus and she somehow fit perfectly without anyone noticing it happening. She was wearing a pair of earphones, wired, just like headphones were supposed to be, and a slight smile on her face. Sometimes she closed her eyes for a few moments, enjoying the music only she could hear. Her eyes rarely stayed in one place. They kept wandering around the bus, not too fast like someone anxious, not too slow like someone looking at something specific. Maybe she's the one, I thought. This wasn't the first time a thought like this has crossed my mind. As a hopeless romantic, seeing any woman who piques my interest will immediately trigger a story in my imagination. A story of how I'll approach them, get to know them, with the proviso that they're just as I imagine them to be. Start dating, get married, have kids, grow old in our home, and so on and so on. Random cuties, that's what I call them. Unicorns among horses. The term doesn't apply to any cute girls I see. Of course, it has to be someone special, or at least someone I imagine to be special. The thing is, automatically imagining those stories whenever I happen across a random cutie isn't healthy. It puts a toll on my mind, and of course my heart. Creates a lot of unhealthy expectations before any opportunities even arise. Oh shit. She looked at me, made eye contact for a brief flash of seconds, I immediately returned to my book. Did she notice me staring at her? Did she see what I was thinking? My mind stopped spinning, overthinking, while my pulse beats double time in my ears. I continue staring at my book. With what just happened, I obviously can't read it properly. My eyes were looking at the words, but nothing was being processed other than thoughts of her. I glanced back at her, and she was staring at me. Eye contact more than once. It has to mean something. Should I approach her and introduce myself? Yes, I should. What if things go wrong? What's the worst that could happen if we introduce ourselves? Since a crowded bus and moving from the rear door to the front will definitely annoy some people. Second, what if after we approach her, she becomes annoyed and... Oh, come on, you're overthinking as usual. Nothing bad will happen even if she doesn't get annoyed. Dismiss me. Nothing bad will happen? Well, she might scream and say I'm a pervert, and then the whole bus will beat me to death. Oh, and the worst option, what if we introduce ourselves and it turns out she's not like we imagined her to be? All the time and energy will be wasted in exchange for years of agony. Everything will be fine. Don't worry so much. No matter what happens. Second, we still have to try something first. Oh no, there's too much at risk. The debate is still raging inside my head, and that's when it happens. We make eye contact again, but this time it lasts longer than a few seconds. Then she smiled at me, just a small curve on those perfectly average, beautiful lips. I quickly returned to my book. See, you have to do something. Remember the girl with the violin we saw on the train to Yogyakarta a few years ago? Of course I remember. Exactly. She was just a random person that sat across from you on the train. Don't even remember what month it was, and yet we still remember the maroon coat she was wearing, the violin case she put in the overhead apartment, her reddish hair and that pixie cut, her... Stop it. It was different. And we might have saved ourselves a lot of embarrassment by not talking to her. The thoughts, the noise, the internal dialogue won't stop. I was sweating, but not because of the heat, cold sweat. This had to stop. Stop! I screamed internally. Everything stopped. And just in time, my old iPod randomly shuffled to Explosions in the Spaces, the only moment we were alone. I cranked up the volume, put my book in my bag, and just breathed. Yes, I might lose a chance to meet the one by doing this, but at least, as long as I don't know her, she's perfect. As far as I know, she might be listening to Explosions in Space. As far as I know, she might be a big fan of Harakami and Final Dreams 9. As far as I know, she might be single. As far as I know, she might be the 100% perfect match for me that I believe can't exist if my knowledge of her goes any further than what I know right now. Besides, as the old saying goes, if it's meant to be, it will be. The bus stopped in front of Plaza Senayan, my destination. It was time for me to go. I decided not to look in her direction as I left, knowing that if I looked at her, it would be the last time I ever saw her. It's too hard for a hopeless romantic like me. I left the bus and enjoyed the warm sun and the breeze of fresh air, finally out of that metal Schrodinger's box. That's when it happened. I turned my head to the right, and there she was, standing alone, enjoying the breeze. Now, she was free of the roasting metal box we humans named bus. She turned her head to the left, showing a glimmer of surprise at seeing me standing there. After all, after that, she smiled. So if it's meant to be, it will be. It was a long one. Ouch. So this is the first time I see coffee. No, I'll probably be making you coffee. Come on. Who hasn't been there? Alright. So, I was a bit of a player back in college. Ooh, spicy. And I was going after my then best friend's girlfriend's friend. Wait, what? Okay, I'll say it slowly. I used to have a best friend. He was an incubus. Okay? Let's call him Cognac. Cognac has a girlfriend. Still following? And that girl has a friend. The friend is the one I'm after. Ah, okay. Got it. She was one of the hottest girls there. But everyone knew she wasn't the type of girl you'd want to date. Why? I don't want to get into details. But the succubus was super high. And all the guys wanted to sleep with her. She was a player too. Huh? Doesn't sound like Lua at all. It wasn't Lua, genius. Ah. Lua was my friend's girl. Holy moly. This is getting spicier. The other girl's name was... let's just call her Rose. Continue. I knew Lua thanks to her relationship with Cognac. That's a fake name you made up, right? Yes. Now, will you let me continue without interruptions? Okay. So, I asked Lua a lot of things about Rose. She knew what I was after. It annoyed her so much. But I kept on bothering her. I mean, I was a pretty active guy back then. So Lua came over to visit us at one point. I lived with Cognac back at college. I'd been out, and I got back just as Lua arrived. A total coincidence. We went into our place together, and witnessed something surprising. What? Cognac was sleeping with Rose. Holy mother of moly! I saw the look on Lua's face. The disbelief, anger, sadness. Without even thinking about it, I punched Cognac in the face.
You what?
I got into a fight with him. I haven't told you. Cognac was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu tutor for kids. He's pretty good. Oh my. Yeah, I landed that one punch. And he beat me to a pulp. Easily. Begged me to stop fighting on her behalf. More like she begged Cognac. Hey, I wasn't kidding. I lost, but I don't give up so easily. I was beaten pretty bad. So Lua took care of my injuries. We grew closer after that. I don't even remember the exact date. Suddenly that friendship turned into a relationship. That was one hell of a story. I know. Have you seen her by any chance? Yeah. Noah came by a few days ago. I know, Mr. Gala. Like a bite of his Gala apple. How was she doing? She hasn't returned any of my calls or texts. Well, she's healthy, that's for sure. She got into an argument though. With who? Or was this male model? A model? I didn't think she was the type of girl to go out with a model. Oh, they weren't together. What were they arguing about? Well, we were talking about your relationship. Lua told us about the reason behind the fight, about your family stuff. And then this guy, Hyde, joined the discussion. What did he say? He didn't understand why Lua would insist on getting family approval, considering, you know, what? You're willing to leave your own family. You would do that for her? Yes, would. I'm sick and tired of my family. Why would you say that? Let me tell you about my family. Or should I say, most elven families? Y'all think they're so high and mighty. If you're born an elf, there are certain unwritten rules you must follow. Reputation and appearance are everything. We must never, ever make our family look bad. You can only befriend certain people. You must dress a certain way. You can only have certain jobs. Jobs that are deemed worthy and successful. Like being a doctor, a lawyer, a CEO. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to be an artist. I love drawing and creating art. However, becoming an artist is not something else would deem suitable. Unless you become the next Da Vinci. So when I switched from a business major to an art major, my parents went crazy. Screamed like they were on fire. They told me that I'd never be rich or successful. All that because you chose an art degree? You want to know the worst part? They blamed Lua. What do you mean? They blamed her for my decision to pursue my passion for art. Yelled about how her kind is ruining the country. Accusing their religion of worshipping the Dark Lord. Accusing her of putting a spell on me and cursing the family. Whoa. I mean, come on, this is the 21st century. That's so not cool. I don't want to sound judgmental, but your family is racist. Tell me about it. Lua is the only person that can make me feel alive. She showed me how I can be free and pursue my dreams. I don't understand why Lua is so obsessed with the idea of reconciliation with my family. I just don't get it. I have no problem leaving my family, you know? I would happily leave them for the both of us. What about her? What about her and her family? You may be happy to leave your family. However, it may not be the same for her. Ella, do you have something to say? Perhaps you could give us a different perspective. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I couldn't help overhearing your story. I assumed that the person you're talking about is not an elf, correct? Yes. She's a succubus. I see. I'm a werewolf. For werewolves, the wolf pack is the most important thing. We'll put family before any other. We often have our own problems within the pack, but we won't abandon our family for anything. Perhaps that's also true for her and her family. Besides, if you leave your family for her, wouldn't that make your parents believe that all those bad stereotypes about succubi are true? I never thought of it that way before. Whether you like it or not, your actions will have an impact on her as well. And if you leave your family for her, that will put her in a different spot. She might feel responsible for your actions. There's nothing to feel bad about. I'm leaving my messy family to create a better one with her. It's easy for you to say that now, but you don't know what the future holds. One day, circumstances might change. One day, one of you might regret your decisions. One day you might use the "I left my family for you" card. Love each other. I'll be with her whatever the circumstances may be. You know, love is like a flame. It might burn fiercely at first, but over time it will die down if you don't maintain it. Maintaining it won't be easy. It'll be hard work. Because life is full of storms. And marriage, it will not survive on love alone. Oh, that's deep. We'll have each other, and that's enough for us. Tell me, do you have health insurance? What? I'm an elf. Why would I need health insurance? You'll need some. What for? Immortality is an elven privilege. but you'll lose it if your family disowns you. I've seen people go bankrupt because they fell ill or got seriously injured, emptied their entire life savings for an $8 pill because in this country they charge $20,000 for it. And if you decide to have children, they won't have the same privilege as you do. There's a high probability that they'll get bullied for being a half-breed. There are consequences. It shouldn't be taken lightly. Think about it. Anyway, I've gotta go. I apologize for my intrusion. No. Thank you for your insight. I've gotta go too. Want to head out together? Sure. Thanks for the drink. Second. And Freya. Bye. What? You made me lose 2 customers in a minute.
Hey, that wasn't on me. They were leaving anyway.
Are you going to write that in your book?
It's a secret.
If your book is based on this coffee shop, how can you present a story like theirs in a world with only humans around?
I'm not sure.
Perhaps a hot drink will give you some inspiration?
Sounds like a great idea.
I gotta tell you, I'm starting to get a headache. More like a reading a whole lot headache. With the stylized text and all. By the way, I totally ship Aqua and Myrtle. The mermaid and the, I'm assuming, half-orc.
They need to be my lesbians.
I take a quick break from reading the screen.
Boy.
And of course, take a moment to hydrate. You know, so I don't dehydrate.
Hydration.
I think I'm gonna do one more day in the game, and then I might have to leave it there. I'm starting to get a headache from reading. Although, hopefully I'll be able to do another episode on this. We'll see, though. Before the 15th. Fingers crossed. So yes, I'm gonna do this one last day. We'll end it on, I think it's supposed to be like the Monday. Although these episodes are getting a little more complicated. Ooh. Okay. Oh, no, Tuesday. Okay. Alright. Ooh. Vows to stop major hospitals selling fairy sedative illegally. World Health Organization. Couch Ella 2020. 10 reasons why you should go. Sports tournament in space might be only a few decades away.
Yeah, look at it.
Stray boy and a lonely cat. Midnight, the boy arrives at his home. The ticking sound of the cooling engine fills the dark, empty garage, followed by the scrape of the rusty metal door being forcefully closed. He leaves the garage, and there she is, waiting for him to come back home. She always waits in the same spot around the same time. The boy always smiles when he sees her. Meow. The cat calls the boy, demanding the treatment she always receives from him every night in the same spot, around the same time. He laughs quietly as he walks up to join her. You've been waiting for me, haven't you? Here, come here, says the boy to the cat while he pets her fur. The cat purrs loudly and refuses to stand still. She dances around him, stands up tall on 2 feet, rubs her head against his shin, and shares her affection while enjoying her nightly routine. Until suddenly, the boy decides that their interaction is enough for today, stands up, walks away from her, and closes the door. The cat understands that their time for the day is up. They both return to their own lives. The boy did not give the cat something to eat, and the cat did not sleep next to him to help him relax, for she was not his, and he was not hers.
Aw, that's sad. Adopt each other, damn it.
You never really changed. I know. But it was surprisingly nice. Catching up with people from back then. Thank you for forcing me to do it. Don't mention it. Hey, Sigurd. I'd like to order again. The usual. Back to the experiment? Yes. I think the last one was the remedy. But there's no harm in checking some other combinations. Alright. You know what to do. Why would I do it any other way? Try this. Thank you. Just what I needed. What about you, Mr. Hyde? Would you like to order anything else? I'm good for now. I couldn't help overhearing you both. Sounds like you two go way back. We do, I guess. He was my bodyguard. Oh? Didn't you meet here? Yeah, when this was a bar. What happened exactly? He's getting his ass kicked by a couple of dwarves. Those two bastards. It wasn't a pretty sight, so I intervened. Aren't vampires supposed to be, you know, tough? Just because I'm a vampire doesn't mean I know Kung Fu. Besides, I'd had a couple of drinks. I could have taken them both if I was sober. A couple? Really? You were trashed, Hyde. You told them I was your bodyguard.
Wait, were you not his bodyguard? Not at the time. We didn't even know each other. But because of that whole fiasco, we both got kicked out. And then this wasted vampire stuck to me. Like, you know, to a blanket. Obviously, he was too drunk to drive, so I hailed a cab. Turns out, he was also too drunk to tell the driver where he lived, and I was stuck with him until morning. Thanks for not leaving me on the street, Gala. Those dwarves could have killed me. Who were they? I'm not going to confirm or deny anything, but it's possible they may have had ties to the mafia. And I might have lost some of their money on the stock market. A lot of their money. Yikes. They wanted me to launder their dirty money, so I decided to screw them over instead. Yeah, I overheard what they were talking about before the fight started. I knew Hyde was innocent, and that's why I helped him. He might be an annoying asshole, but he's not a thief. What a stroke of luck. The universe sending me a guardian angel in my time of need. So, the next morning, I offered him a job as my bodyguard for real. After all the trouble you caused me the night before. Hey, I took you to breakfast. Don't tell me that counted for nothing. I have to say, it wasn't my proudest moment. I was broke. Breakfast was an offer I couldn't refuse. It was the late 60s, mind you. It wasn't easy finding a job. So, how did you go from working as a bodyguard to working in the hospital, Gala? Well, when he was working with me, I noticed I'd prefer it if we skipped that part. I'm sorry, but I don't want to go to any details about it. It's alright. Forgive me for asking. I don't mind telling you the quick and dirty version. Oh, really? Quick and dirty, huh? Long story short, he helped me with something. Let's just say something from my past. Thanks to that help, I found a new purpose in life. Helping other people live. Of course, it's not easy for a veteran werewolf to become a nurse or doctor. That's why I chose hospital admin instead. So you could say I owe this guy my life, thanks to his stubborn persistence in helping me when I needed it. Thank you for sharing your story with me. I didn't expect such a tale from you. I know. Anyway, chicken. I'd like to order something now. What would you like? Can you make a tea-based drink that's warm and cool at the same time? Huh? Daughter, that won't work on me. I have no interest in flirting with you. I've got high standards, you know. You look so tired, Freya. Hard day at work?
How could you tell?
Call it werewolf senses.
Right. I showed Stick my draft, and I actually had some good feedback.
That's good to hear.
Glad I could help. So I spent the whole day rewriting stuff. And I also did some stories for the paper. Overall, it was a good day.
That's good to hear. But please, don't forget to take a break. It's easy to get carried away by work when you're on a roll.
Will do, sir. And speaking of hospitals, how's your hospital admining life going?
That's not even a word, Freya. Actually, I'm not even sure what you even do there. That's pretty boring to talk about. But mostly I handle operational stuff happening in the hospital. Things like how much a specialist costs and how much it affects our income. I also deal with patients and their families if they require intensive care, such as operations. I go through what we do and how much it would cost them.
Kinda like biz dev for people's lives then.
You could say that. Damn, that sounds complicated and hard. That's why I'm suited for my job. Someone who gets very emotionally attached to patients would find this job pretty tough. Whereas heartless people like my friend here only see it from a business perspective. Good point. Why do people rarely talk about your kind of job? I guess most people don't really notice we exist or think about the necessity of it.
Exactly.
It's an interesting job, yet no one talks about it. Maybe because most admins are just like me. We rarely talk about work outside the hospital. Why? For me, I just don't find any reason to. It's the patient's personal lives, anyway. Such professionalism and loyalty. You should keep hold of that mindset, especially in front of this lady here. He needs to be a bit less loyal, though. Hide.
You've been doing this job for a while, right?
Almost 50 years now.
Whoa! I didn't know that. Wait, 50 years in the same position? Holy... Ask for a promotion, ma'am!
They keep offering me new positions. Mostly managerial.
Take it.
Not interested.
Why?
It's not something I want. Besides, as I've told you before, I fit perfectly in this position.
But the salary must be better if you take the promotion, right?
Of course. But what I get at the moment is more than enough for me right now. And I still get raises while I'm doing this job.
I really can't figure you out.
That's Gala for you. Anyway, my shift's starting soon. It was nice catching up with both of you. Are you going to stay, Hyde? Yeah, I'm still enjoying the vibes here. I'll see you in a few weeks, I guess. Yep. Safe trip. See you around again. And you, Freya.
See ya.
Take care on your way.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe someone like Gala could be your best friend.
We were just talking about that before you arrived.
Oh, really? Man, missed an interesting story. So how did you guys meet?
Seriously, I have to retell the story.
Yes. Come on, you're not going anywhere, right?
Alright then. We met in this place, back when it was a bar.
Whoa. I never knew Gala used to be in the army. I mean, he's got the build to be on the front line. Still though, why did he make the jump from, how should I say this, a very physical job to medic?
Well, he's not comfortable talking about it right now.
But you know why, right?
You're trying to squeeze the story from me.
Obviously.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
That's him, not you.
Seriously, Freya?
Come on.
I won't get into details. But going to war messes with your head. You see why Gala doesn't want to talk about it, huh? I don't get it, but it must be difficult. Especially back then. The only thing he was confident in was his strength. So he only did work that relied on his muscle. Wouldn't help him get over his trauma though, right? Of course not. But it was the only thing he could do. Or at least, it's the only thing he thought he could do. But you hired him for his muscle. I didn't know about all that at the time. Besides, he's good at being a bodyguard. And we weren't that close yet. So, no personal feelings. I needed his strength. But then I got to be interested in him. Interested? I think he's a cool person. That's all. And after a few months, I noticed his problem. I suggested he talk about it with someone, seek help, which he refused. No surprises there. But I kind of pushed him to do it. How? It's complicated. Eventually, he did go to get professional help. Of course, I've no idea what happened in his therapy sessions. But in the end, he found a new purpose in his life. He quit working for me. And not so long after that, he started working at the hospital. And he's been working...
Good evening, everyone.
Oh boy. Good evening. It's nice to see you again.
We are also glad to see you, Barista.
By the way, I didn't catch your name the last time you visited. Do you have a name?
Name? We sure have. On Earth, please call us Neil.
Niall.
I got an achievement! Hello, everyone! Yes. Neil.
Is that your real name?
Oh, of course not. Due to the nature of our communication, we do not really need trivial things like names to interact.
Did I seriously get his, like... Oh. Wait.
Literally. But from what we have learned here, it seems like the name Neil has a lot of associations with Earthling efforts in intergalactic exploration.
Oh, I get what you mean.
I believe we did not meet the last time we were here.
I saw you from afar when you left the coffee shop a few days ago.
So, hello.
My name is Freya. You could say I'm a regular here.
And you, sir.
Hi.
You come here often?
For someone who doesn't live in Seattle? Yeah.
Oh, you are not from around here. Neither are we.
Where do you come from?
Far away.
By far away, you mean a few thousand miles or more?
More. Much more. More to the point that your strange calculation system means nothing.
That sounds far away indeed.
What are you doing here in Seattle?
And do all your kind dress like that?
Oh, this... We chose this appearance based on an image we saw when we first arrived.
Image?
Ah,
The Arami Genjuru album cover. No wonder you look familiar.
As for what we are doing, this place is really the perfect spot to practice our communication skills with Earthlings. But before that, please let us order something from the barista.
What do you want to drink tonight?
The usual. That is how you say it, yes?
Yes. So, anything?
Yes. We won't be able to taste the difference anyways.
You really can't taste anything?
Yes.
What if I can brew a drink that can make you feel something?
Interesting premise. But we doubt we'll be able to do that.
Challenge accepted.
Please, surprise us.
Why does my character fucking talk like that? Oh, I don't know.
Let's see. I hope I got this right.
Thank you.
Interesting. Before you ask, yes, that's how they drink.
This. What is this? We have never been able to taste anything in our life, but this is a breakthrough. We have to report immediately. Done. Thank you so much, from all of our kind.
You are one interesting person.
Thank you. That was a compliment, yes.
Normally, yes. But you can't be so sure with Freya.
That definitely was the highest form of compliment. What are you, Neil? Us? We are travelers, doing our job in the space you call Milky Way.
What kind of job?
We are tasked with the mission to spread our seeds.
You really are here to find a date. All the way from a galaxy far, far away. Well, turns out curves exist everywhere in the universe.
Feeling attacked, old man.
Not really. You have a valid point.
We do not understand. But we are glad if we can make you laugh.
The pleasure was mine. If I may ask, why do you have to breed with us?
We are sorry, but that is classified information.
Oh man.
But we believe it is alright to share it with you tonight. Thanks to this eye-opening drink from the barista.
I owe you this story.
I can look around.
So, why?
Everyone, including us and you and everyone else, is tasked to keep the balance of the universe. But sometimes it is hard for some civilizations to maintain balance by themselves, because unknown threats that are beyond each civilization's power can appear. And that is where we come in.
I still don't see the relationship between that and impregnating us. You're quite dense, aren't you? Hey! You came here to give seeds. So, a half-breed of your kind can be born on Earth.
That is correct.
A half-breeds will be half Earthling and half whatever you are.
Yes.
Assuming that you have some powers that we can't comprehend, you're trying to make sure Earth will have its own protector.
That is 100% correct.
Holy shit. You're trying to give us a superhero?
Yes, that is what your people will call a protector.
But why go through all the hassle? That sounds like a lot of work. Why not just explain this to someone? I'm sure a lot of women wouldn't mind giving birth to a superhero.
Sadly, it is not that simple.
The future protector has to be someone that loves this planet more than anything. They have to be born out of love, which we have learned is a very complicated feeling on Earth. We have it easier back home due to the nature of our communication. We understand everyone deeply by default. So everyone on our planet loves each other from the moment they're born. That sounds beautiful. And creepy.
Why?
It sounds like your planet is a giant spherical orgy.
That was about the chosen word.
But it is roughly similar to the truth. Oh my. If what you see is true, shouldn't we help them to get laid with love?
Guidance is all we need. Otherwise, we might be responsible for the birth of a super evil person instead.
Well, how's the mission going so far?
We cannot say it is going well.
I'm not surprised. With how quirky and unique you are, not many women can handle that. Could you handle them though? Me? I don't know. What do you think? You're a pretty adventurous girl. I wouldn't be surprised if you decided to go on a date. Or maybe go further. If it got you a good story. Oh, you're not offended by that? Not in the slightest. You're wrong, though. I'd go on a date with them, but I don't like to sleep around. Really? To be honest, I didn't expect that. Yeah, I get that a lot. People often mistake me for someone who gets around a lot.
Excuse me, miss. From what we gather, does it mean you are willing to breed with us in exchange for our stories?
Well, no wonder your mission isn't going well. I don't mind going out with you for a drink or dinner in exchange for stories, but I'll only sleep with someone I'm serious about.
Our mission is serious.
It's not that. You either have to be my boyfriend or husband if you want to sleep with me.
We have heard of those terms before. Let us check them once again. This is very strange. According to what we found, many Earthlings mate with one person exclusively for their entire lives.
Yes, that's called commitment.
Such a strange concept. Then why, with such rules, do you still face overpopulation problems?
Now that you mention it,
we don't have enough control of ourselves. And those in charge also don't have enough control of us. Not to mention, some races live for a very, very long time. So even though there are rules about having kids, and they can be strictly enforced, a lot of people still break them.
We know Earthlings boast about the concept of free will, but we thought your kind also loved the concept of restraint and taking care of the planet. At least, that was what we gathered from your information network.
Theoretically, that should be the case.
But Earthlings are stupid.
That's the easiest way to put it.
We learned so much today. But we have another question for Miss Freya.
Ask away.
How can we become your husband?
First of all, I would suggest going step by step. Most of the time you start by dating, boyfriends or girlfriends, you know? Before you talk about marriage.
Oh, okay. So, how can we become your boyfriend?
You could start by asking her whether she's actually single.
Understood. So, Miss Freya, are you single?
Yes, I am single.
Do you want to be our girlfriend?
No. The path to start to date varies between people, but usually it takes some time before you want to commit yourself to someone.
Wow. The breeding process on Earth is surely extremely complicated.
It can be easier if you're a smooth talker.
Smooth talker?
Someone good at communicating with others.
That would be really challenging for us.
Even after all that, making kids is still in a totally different league. Most women prefer it if their male partners wear condoms.
Condoms?
It's something you wear to prevent pregnancy.
Why would you do the mating ritual if you do not want to have offspring?
Pleasure.
All this information is too much to process in one evening.
So, we talked about using condoms, but how do your kind have sex? Like, seeing how you drink, a condom might be something you can't use at all. That's true. How do you do it? Oh, Lord.
We are pretty flexible with that, but we cannot tell you the details, unless we agree to do the mating ritual.
No. I don't want to imagine how it's done.
Oh, you do not need to worry. You will not hurt anyone physically or mentally.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Especially the mental part. We did our research, and we tried it on a testing object we made. It was proven. Mental capacity...
Oh, that was real. The mental capacity of Earthlings is far more complicated than anything else on Earth, sir.
Oh, we did not know that. Being born on Earth sounds very difficult.
It is. I have to agree with that.
Anyway, thank you so much for the information you have given us tonight. It means a lot for our mission. We have to report our findings to the base.
Will you proceed with your mission with this newfound information?
We are not sure yet. It is yet to be discussed, after all. It was really nice talking with all of you.
You're welcome.
We are off now. Bye.
Take care on your way, sir. That was so awkward. I was about to die of secondhand embarrassment, and I was the one reading it.
That was really something.
Indeed.
You said the first time they came here was for a date, right?
Yeah, but their date never came. And then they mistook Miss Myrtle for their date.
The game developer org? Wow, I tried to think how that went.
It was pretty awkward. But you can't be angry at such an activity.
I guess so.
By the way, has that young woman been back since I spoke with her last time? You mean Miss Lua? Yeah, her.
Ah, showing some concern now, are you?
I'm just curious. No, I haven't seen her since then.
But her boyfriend did come a few days ago.
And Freya was being pretty nosy, to the point that Mr. Gala joined the discussion. My, you really have a knack for starting trouble.
Sadly, I have to agree with that.
It's not easy to make Gala join a random conversation, unless it really piques his interest. Or it annoys him.
I don't know how to react to that.
Well, I need to catch my flight to Seoul tomorrow. So, I'm off for the day.
Oh? You're leaving Seattle so soon?
It's only for a week or so. I'll be back here sooner than you know.
Oh, well, it'll be a peaceful week then. Anyway, I need to get going as well. Thank you for letting me stay without ordering anything.
Bye-bye.